What I like about the Beer Terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that. And it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Principal partners of Worcestershire County Cricket Club are Beard and Ativo, the match ball sponsor, Thorn Wittery, the scorecard sponsor, House Installation, player of the match sponsor, Student Energy Group, and the post-match interview partner, Profile Store.
Yeah. So you still expect there'll be, at this point in the season, you expect there's going to be some. It will, won't it? It would be helpful to know when our
Harry Kane and Martin Anderson opening the batting for the Derbyshire Falcons.
Well, welcome to New Road on a glorious summer morning. We've had a few of those this year, and what makes it even more beautiful, I think, is that on the hallowed New Road turf is the Metro Bank Cup trophy, won by this Rapid side last year. Their defence of the title begins today, and I'm delighted to say that we'll be bringing you all the coverage on our live stream all throughout the day. I'm Jim Dale, alongside me Frank Watson, and it's a strong side. We'll give you team news in just a moment, but this is a side Worcestershire are putting out. It means business, doesn't it, Frank?
Yeah, I think you made the point, Jim, earlier that it's unusual for Worcestershire to enter a competition as favourites, or at least sort of co-favourites, which they are in this. But they are affected by the 100 less than most, and yeah, they're able to put out a very, very strong side.
Well, Tom Taylor at the top of his mark, Diglas End, leader of this attack. A couple of minutes early. We might be starting a little bit early. I don't mind that if the players are ready to go. And a changed kit, very stylish looking, another very stylish looking kit actually, the blacks and the greys, as Tom Taylor's on his way in. Derbyshire underway straight away. Harry Kane flicks that through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, well, that was a gentle loosener, wasn't it? Welcome to the middle from Tom Taylor. Leg stump half volley.
Well, let's run through the teams then. Worcestershire strong side, as I mentioned. They line up as follows: Dan Latigan, Brett D'Oliveira at the top of the order, Gareth Roderick in at 3, keeping wicket, Kashif Ali, Jake Libby the skipper, and Henry Cullen will make up the top 6. Matt Waite, Tom Taylor, Bayer Swanepoel, Ben Allison and Fateh Singh as well, as Taylor comes into Harry Kane once more. Oh, that's much better on a length. Fizz past the outside edge into Roderick's gloves.
Yeah, honours even, I think, after that one. That was a beauty, wasn't it?
Well, it may well be Worcestershire's first game in this competition. Derbyshire opened up a couple of days ago against I was going to say against Ben Stokes, but it's against Durham, but a Ben Stokes 100 was the difference between the two sides there. They've made a change to their lineup, actually. We'll get to that in just a mo. Oh, and that's a genuine edge. Just inviting, came forward, and it's fielded by Matt Waite down at third man just in front of us.
I like the numbers on the shirts, don't you?
We're Frank, we're professionals. We don't concern ourselves with these matters. We know
we know who they are. So does everybody else now.
Well, there's 2 slips in place. Henry Cullen, as you'd expect at first, he's naturally a wicket keeper. Ben Allison in there as well, after that genuine edge off Anderson's bat. Anderson fresh off 100 actually.
Yep.
And he's gone well in this competition, averages in the mid-40s and a good lick as well.
And he's gone well against Worcestershire, hasn't he, in this season, because he made runs at Derby earlier in the year.
Tucked him up, and they'll take a single. Falcons on to 6, and they line up as follows. Harry Kane, captain of course, Martin Anderson, Brooke Guest will have the gloves, Wayne Madston, the ever young Wayne Madston, and formerly of this parish, Ross Whiteley's in their side as well, Anuj Dal, Yusuf bin Naeem, Nick Potts, Ben Aitchison, Jack Morley and Rory Hayden as well. Surprised not to see Derbyshire. It's been turning here a little bit of late, Frank, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Could regret leaving Bashir out.
Wrapped on the pads. It's a half appeal, isn't it? But the upshot is a dot ball. 6 to end the first over. A good crowd in here already.
Yeah. If you're thinking of coming down, if you're watching the stream and you're thinking of coming down, kids for £1, adults for £10. You won't get much better value than that for a day's cricket between two professional sides. So give it a go. Could be perfect. It's not too hot today. Perfect weather for watching cricket, playing cricket, and a perfect scene here at New Road. So give it some thought. Kids for £1, adults £10.
Well, it's indicative of a club that has really committed to working hard on their match day experience, getting people in the ground.
There's Swanepoel to bowl the second over from the New Road end. South African, he's in, he bowls. Ooh, and that's a good delivery. That really took off, didn't it? Outside the off stump, climbed through to the keeper, Martin Anderson, playing at it outside the off stump. And through to Gareth Roderick. Same field as Taylor had, 2 slips. Third man and long leg, the men outside the circle. As Swanepoel is in again and bowls, and Anderson is on the walk, as he often likes to do, and just turns this one off his pads down to Matthew Waite at long leg for a single. 7 without loss then. Worcestershire coming into this side with a warm-up game behind them earlier this week. Played at Eastnor against Herefordshire, which allowed Dan Latigan to make 100. Played very well by all accounts. This Swanepoel in, bowls, and that's a half volley, and that's beautifully put away actually by Harry Kane. Outside the off stump, meat and drink to any top order batter, that full half volley, and just driven through the covers. As I say, there is no sweeper on either side. Long leg and third man are the chosen fielders outside the circle. So that's a second boundary for Harry Kane. He goes to 9. Lovely shot. Touch of green about the pitch. I'd imagine that it will lose that as the sunshine gets on it throughout the day. Swanepoel bowls, better length this time. Kane pushes out on the offside. So he looks in good touch, Harry Kane, at the moment. Though he has been helped by 2 quite friendly deliveries early on. Swanepoel in again, bowls, that's better, nips back sharply, takes Kane on the pad. Half an appeal as the ball dribbles to slip. Kane goes for a much suspicious prod at the pitch. So a mixture so far, Jim. The odd one has actually misbehaved, hasn't it? Took 2 in this over, one took off, one's nipped back quite sharply.
Well, on a length or just
length
back
right,
of a length, and it looks problematic, but anything that's pushed up there's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah. Swanepoel again. Ooh, and he's got him. Inside edge, diving catch, taken low to his left by Gareth Roderick. Bit of a loose shot that one from Kane, to be fair. I don't think it was quite as full as the other ones he drove at. He's lost his shape a little bit. Not as balanced as he was on the previous drive. Gets an inside edge and Roderick dives to his left to take a good catch. Good start for Worcestershire, Jim.
Yeah, really good catch actually. We've come to expect that from Gareth Roderick. Excellent in all phases of the game. Just reaching for that ball, wasn't it? It was just there's no real footwork.
Yeah. So 11 for 1. The end of the second over. And Swanepoel strikes. A mixed over. A half volley that was driven. A couple that troubled the batsman. And then he picks up the wicket with the final ball of the over.
Well, it brings former Lancastrian Brooke Guest to the wicket. And as you say, Frank, a mixed bag. It's one of those where you'll be pleased to get the early wicket, but a little bit frustrated as well. Got to stick the ball in the right areas. That's been key here, really, even in T20 cricket. But Tom Taylor will continue.
Well, it's a good start for the Rapids. They'd like to get rid of Anderson. He's the man in form.
And that's mistimed and squirted into the leg side for a single. I think as well it's a good toss to win, as we've seen that it's not always been easy this year to know exactly the best approach on the surface at New Road. But it has made for an awful lot of really compelling cricket. Some very exciting low scoring games as well in the T20 Blast. We've seen a lot of drama here actually, Frank, haven't we?
We have.
So far this summer, which is what it's all about. Nice looking drive, punch down the ground. And they'll pick up a couple. Again, just over pitched, a little bit straight. We were talking on the Three Pairs chat yesterday, Frank, Ashley Giles, about how he felt that the 50 over game suited Worcestershire as a club, I think culturally, historically. I think there's something in that. In comes Taylor again then, and that's on a good length, and it's guessed in behind it. And people are still coming in, lots of people in the New Road End where we're situated. We're now al fresco with our commentary position, Frank, which is very pleasant on days like today.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
Packed, the fans all in amongst us, around us. When it's football, I'm a little bit more wary of having the punters within arm's reach, but this is pleasant.
PCA Old Players Day today in the marquee, so there are players from all over the country, former county cricketers here.
Again, it's a miscue. It's off the inside edge. They'll take a quick single. Good pick up and throw from Jake Libby.
Could have been struggling there if he'd hit, you know.
Yes, Roland Butcher's knocking about, isn't he? Among others.
Don Topley's here. Paul Pridgeon, I can see.
Another dot ball, and again Anderson using his feet. Seen it a couple of times already where he'll use his feet, then set himself, be still in his batting stance, just trying to change up the length. Very proactive batter. And soft hands means they'll get another single. The score will move on to 16 for 1 from 3. A little bit more watchful from these two. Out in the middle.
So the wicket taker bears Swanepoel to continue. And Anderson on the walk, but again undone by a little bit of seam movement. Back in from Swanepoel, takes him on the pad, lobs out on the offside. He does like to use his feet to disturb the bowler's length. Bowlers have got to not be fazed by that. He's a tall man as well, Anderson. Confident player. Forward this time more conventionally, just pushing it out square on the offside. Latigan, the fielder, in the covers. Beautiful day here at New Road, really perfect, hardly a breath of wind, but it's not too hot, I'd say mid-20s. Cathedral bathed in sunshine, good crowd building. Very good crowd actually. Friday's a popular day for cricket at Worcester. Anderson whips this one with the bottom hand up to Libby at mid-on, but there's no run. Tend to get the best crowds for championship games on Fridays. Where would you sit, Jim, if you were out there? I think I'd be over towards the chestnut tree.
Well, I do have a particular spot, and my friends get very annoyed about it, and they judge me for it. I'll cover that in a mo.
But sun is a factor, isn't it, on a day like this? Anderson on the back foot, it's a lovely shot. That really is beautifully timed. There's a big gap on the offside, but given a bit of length and width by Swanepoel, he's just eased it away for 4 over to the 7 side of the ground. Perfectly timed, 20 for 1.
Yeah, lovely little back foot punch, wasn't it? Top of the D'Oliveira, somewhere near the bowler's arm, please.
Yeah.
I want to see what the ball's doing.
But gets a bit hot there, doesn't it? Later in the day. It would be alright now, but no shade. Swanepoel in. Anderson on the walk. That one's quicker and climbs from back of a length through to Gareth Roderick.
It's good carry there, isn't there?
Yeah, well, it's good carry. That might be because there's a little bit more grass on it than there have been on previous. I haven't been out there. It just looks a bit greener, doesn't it, than you might expect. But certainly, when the ball's full, batters have been able to play their shots. Bit of movement off the seam. Oh, and there's the one that moves off the seam, and Anderson pulled his bat away. Whether he pulled his bat away too late, I'm not sure, but he made no contact. 20 for 1, 4 off the over, 4 overs gone. This after Derbyshire were put into bat.
Well, Bears Swanepoel on his list day debut. It may well have been the plan to play him all along, but this strong Worcestershire Rapid side, to an extent the decisions were made for them, Frank, in the bowling department, because Jack Holmes got an injury and Adam Finch has been a late addition to the 100, and Ben Gibbon as well picked up a niggle as part of those warm-up games against Shropshire and Herefordshire. As Taylor continues from the Diglis end, and he comes. Good pace from the former Derbyshire man. So only really, I think, Harry Darley is the other option as a seam bowler, but it's the options available for Worcestershire really strong. Far cry from a couple of years ago when I think the squad were just firing tranquiliser darts into the nearest gyms and just dragging people out and asking them if they could bowl. 6 senior bowlers out injured at once, Frank. It was a crazy season. So, Taylor's in again. Again, not properly timed by Guest. We had loan signings and all sorts, and still almost qualified. It was quite a heroic campaign. For Derbyshire fans probably aren't quite as aware of it. A campaign held together actually in no small part by Jake Libby's absolute insistence on getting 100 every week. It was astonishing stuff. Again, it's a good bounce there. He's done well to ride that out, has Brooke Guest. Bit of bat onto pad. Tom Taylor's ability to move that ball in to right-handers. And the white ball's nice and hard and new. That's a nice shot. Bit too full, bit too straight. Worked into the onside. Libby chasing, but he won't get there. It's 4 more. So again, if it's up, it's off. Just moved across his stumps a little bit there, Brooke Guest as well, to get the angle, beat the man at mid-wicket. And again, on the move here, Brooke Guest just walking across his stumps and towards the bowler a bit. It's a dot ball though, so just that boundary 4 from the over 24 for 1.
Yeah, to be fair, they've put away every bad ball that's come along, really. And those have tended to take the form of half volleys. There was one short wide one from Swanepoel. But if the bowlers have got their length right, they've been difficult to score off. But that is a good shot from Anderson. Hit on the up this time. Picks up a single to mid-off. But both bowlers, Taylor and Swanepoel, when they've got their length right, have asked questions of the batters. It's not been straightforward by any means. The one man out, Harry Kane, caught via an inside edge by Gareth Roderick, the wicket keeper, off the bowling of this man, Bayers Swanepoel. And again, that one played with a relative amount of discomfort by the batter, taking a hand off the bat, just dropping it down in front of him. Really healthy crowd building now here at New Road. That one banged in short and just steered down on the offside by Guest. I think this is the biggest crowd I've seen at New Road for a non-T20 game for a good while. Certainly at this stage in the competition. This competition has definitely caught the imagination of the Worcestershire faithful, I think. If you're watching on stream and you're thinking of coming down, get down here. Swanepoel bowls, Guest turns this on the leg side, no run again. Kids for £1 and £10 for an adult. Winning way to spend the day.
Winning does help.
It does,
and having a strong side, and that's what Worcestershire have put together here. And that's, I mean, it goes against everything I believe in to break character here, Frank. But you've got to hand it to the bosses as well, who have done a fantastic job. But the trend across the country, in fact, in the T20 attendances have been up.
Yeah,
and other counties haven't managed to do that.
Swanepoel in again, bowls. Oh, that one's a good. Well, he's unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Guest. He's drawn him into a drive outside the off stump. It's gone past the edge, and then, having gone past the stumps, it's swung away, or swung in, I should say, away to the left of the keeper, Gareth Roderick, who's standing a good 20 metres back, 20 yards back. It's a really good delivery from Swanepoel, who's just, I don't know whether you feel this, but I just think in the last month or so, Yorker this time, dug out. I think in the last month or so, Swanepoel has just found a bit of rhythm. It's just at the start of his time with Worcestershire, whether it was to do with, you know, the upset over his registration, etc. I'm not sure, but he was a bit in and out. But the last few games that he's played, whether with white or red ball, just sense that he's got a bit of rhythm and he's more
Seems
in control
more settled.
of what he's bowling. Yeah.
I don't know whether it's the case. When he first came over, playing in the county championship particularly, I felt like he was almost trying to bowl a bit too fast, or trying a bit too hard almost, to like a point proving. But if you're a fast bowler, you want to play and you want to be in rhythm. There's no substitute for having overs under your feet. That's it. Taylor's on his way in again. Anderson in behind it. I think Anderson's looked good here, actually, Frank.
Yeah,
the plays and play and misses have all come from the other end, really.
He's a confident player in good form, and as you said, got 100 the other day against Durham. He's seeing it quite big at the moment, and it would be a big plus if Worcestershire could remove him in the first hour. Better from Taylor in terms of length.
Yeah, but in this format as well, you just don't have to try and do too much. A lot of modern white ball cricket where every ball is an event and they're trying to offer up variations, slower balls, cutters, knuckles and everything else. Just particularly here, classic approach. If you can stick it up to the top of off, make batters work for it. Anderson 8 from 16, but he's been in behind almost everything here, really. 25 for 1 the score. Oh, that's a play and a miss. That's the first genuine play and miss we've seen. Just lost his shape a little bit, lost the balance as well.
I think Taylor, apart from length, which is obviously key, with Taylor, he just, when he gets that line around off stump, just outside, maybe even just on off, he poses all sorts of problems. When he just errs and drifts a little bit leg sidey, middle and leg, he's less of a threat. That was an absolute beauty.
Anderson walking at the bowler. They're busy in the field.
But of course you've got, if you're a Worcestershire fan and you've watched them over the years against Derbyshire, you are well aware that the next man in, well, you'd almost settle for getting him out for 50 now, Wayne Madsen, wouldn't you? Because he just scores so many runs against Worcestershire, it's ridiculous. 40 years old now.
42, Frank.
42.
He's nearly as old as me.
Incredible.
Taylor's in. Oh, that's
good delivery. Isn't
Anderson in half.
42 and still churning them out. I think he's finishing at the end of this year, isn't he? He's just announced, I think.
Well, he's retired from T20 cricket, so this was his last T20 blast. I'm not sure whether he's made a decision on anything else just yet.
He's got the freedom of Derbyshire, I think.
Yes.
And the Peak District.
Yeah.
He's been a real throwback to the days when overseas players came over and committed themselves to one county for virtually an entire career. Brilliant cricketer.
And
that's what you get, isn't it? It's a wide.
Yeah.
But that's what you get for nagging away and getting into the batsman's head a bit, isn't it? He threw his hands. He could easily have nicked that. Doesn't like to be tied down, Anderson. 8 off 19 now.
Well, I think that has to be the ploy, doesn't it?
One ball left. He wants a good one, this one, Taylor. This is a key. This ball could be big. Anderson wants a boundary.
Good again from Taylor.
That's a really
Just
good over.
Penned Anderson back in his crease. Dot ball to finish up, but genuinely beating the bat on a couple of occasions, and the appreciation shown from this sizable Worcestershire crowd. Well, Wayne Madsen is the archetypal, the blueprint for what an excellent, overseas, but was and then becomes. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Sama Mir goes. Someone pulls in again. That's dug in. He'll qualify as local for next year, Frank.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I like that idea of buying into the culture of a club.
Well, it used to be the case, didn't it? You could you could reel off the names of overseas stars that stayed with one county. Courtney Walsh.
Yeah, down at Gloucestershire.
Michael Holding, Viv Richards. And more recently, you've had players that it's hard to remember how many counties they've played for because they change every year. Think of overseas players.
Jimmy Neesham is a classic example.
Counties, yeah.
Not that's a slight on Jimmy Neesham's character. I think fabulous cricketer.
Absolutely. And Worcestershire have dipped into that market as well, haven't they?
Worcestershire doing a good job here of just tightening things up.
Yeah, just one off each of the last 2 overs. I don't think it's a road by any means.
No, it hasn't been that here for a fair while, and I'm all for it really.
Not easy.
Not a problem with batters earning their runs.
What we have seen here, for those that are possibly watching the live stream and are of a Derbyshire persuasion, what we have seen at New Road in white ball cricket this year particularly is a pitch which has been difficult to play big shots on. So in terms of T20 cricket, if you think of T20 cricket, a par score's been about 160, 170. This one tapped away by Guest for a single down to long leg. And we've seen, I'm not saying there haven't been any sixes hit, but we've seen a lot of attempted big shots go vertical.
A lot of catches at mid-on.
Long on, mid-on, yeah. Not reaching the ropes. That's been the sort of experience we've had. Could be slightly different today, but early signs are that it's not that straightforward out there. Swanepoel right on it here with a good delivery, which Anderson plays up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over, the 3rd over in succession, which has yielded only 1 run. 8 gone. Derbyshire put into bat 27 for 1.
And what we saw, particularly with the surfaces that were used in T20 cricket, it's important to keep wickets in hand actually.
Yeah.
So it may well be the case here as well. So
yeah, you can,
as you mentioned, if you're a Falcons fan watching this and thinking, "Come on, lads, get on with it," I would caveat that thought with, actually, it's about not getting beaten in the first 30 overs by trying to go too hard. So in comes Taylor again, and left alone by Guest.
Yeah, it could be that 250 is a good score here. Rather, you're not looking at 300 plus or 280 or whatever. It could be.
But the best chance you've got of putting a big score up, I think, is making sure that the batters at the end are established, they're set, and they are. You want, I suppose, what you traditionally call your finishers that are now 5, 6, 7. You don't want to be leaving it to 9, 10, 11. And that was the approach that Worcestershire took, actually, even in the T20, wasn't it? They weren't concerned about big power plays or anything else.
Well, I think
about
they got to that point, didn't they? Through experience, I think, and they knew that if they got 180 or even 160, 170, it was competitive. They won one game with 140. I agree with you. I think it makes it more interesting than just seeing a shootout between the batters.
Again, it's whipped through mid-wicket. It's been a reasonably profitable area against Tom Taylor. As you mentioned, Frank, he strays onto the pads a little bit.
So stopped.
Dan Latigan was there. He got a hand on it. It was a little bit uppish. There was a shout of catch, but it was it bounced well in front of him. Never realistically an opportunity. But good to see Dan Latigan in this side. Made his List A debut actually against Derbyshire, corresponding fixture at Repton School. Again, technically an overseas player for this year, but will qualify next year. Super talented young batter as Taylor's in again. That's a good looking shot. Through the covers, over pitched. Sent to the boundary. That'll make Brooke Guest feel pretty good about life. Very difficult to beat a handsome looking cover drive. There are no points for style, of course, Frank, but I'll also say this: I like the coloured gloves. I like the coloured gloves over the white gloves. That's my take. I bring all the high-end analysis, gang, if you're unfamiliar. In comes Taylor. That's better length this time. Again into the covers, but Kashif will do the fielding.
Yeah, it's tricky with gloves, isn't it? Because I dare say the coloured kit gets delivered and pads etc. are pretty standard, but gloves are personal. You've got to feel absolutely right for a batter.
The gloves are the equivalent of footballers' boots. I think they're a statement piece. You're either a coloured glove guy or you aren't, and if you're a coloured glove guy, you probably wear pink football boots. That's my take. Taylor in again. Another good looking drive.
Beautiful.
Good bit of fielding as well. So the stranglehold released a little bit, in large part thanks to that very handsome looking cover drive from Brooke Guest. 33 for 1 the score. The wicket taker bears Swanepoel, who disposed of the Derbyshire captain early on.
And Swanepoel it was who produced that outstanding piece of fielding. Really good sliding stop as he moved across at mid-off. Otherwise it would have been 4 more.
Opening bowler doing the fielding. We've got a fast bowler in the slip cordon as well.
That's driven by Anderson, but they only get a single. And a good tumbling stop this time by Taylor at mid-off.
It's a slightly checked drive. We've seen a couple of those from Guest in the over before, as if to say they're not quite trusting the surface.
Anderson moves to 9 off 22. Guest is 14 off 25. It's a fairly sedate start. Worcestershire will want another wicket in the first 10-15 overs. Swanepoel bowls and they might have got it. No, they haven't. There's a big nip back, big shout for LBW, but umpire Ant Harris, I thought he was going to give it as he moved his left hand up to his right, but it was just to adjust whatever counting mechanism he uses.
It's not a bad
Maybe
shout.
an inside edge, but they were interested. Swanepoel in again, bowls, and again he squares Guest up. And he gets an outside edge which runs to D'Oliveira. Backward point. Good from Swanepoel so far. Very, very tidy. 1 for 12 from 4.3. Just 1, maybe 2 loose deliveries. And this one treated with respect by Guest. Off the back foot, pushes up to mid-off. Worcestershire sporting a new kit for this competition. The all black, or sort of greyish top, black bottoms. Very smart it looks too. Swanepoel bowls, and this one is driven into the offside. Fielded Latigan by Latigan, won the bounce, driven into the ground, then bounced up to the tall South African. Score remains 34 for 1. One ball left in the 10th over. Swanepoel has a problem. Just limping a little bit. Whether he's jarred his knee or his ankle, I'm not sure. Seems to be okay now. Libby just checking with him. He seems to be moving reasonably well as he comes in to complete the over. And this one turned on the leg side to mid-wicket. Kashif Ali is the fielder. That is the end of the over. 1 run from it. 10 gone. 34 for 1. The man out, Harry Kane, caught by Gareth Roderick off Bears Swanepoel for 9.
Ben Allison at the popping crease here, just assessing things. Might well see him very shortly from the Diglis end, but for the moment, Tom Taylor will continue.
12th man for Worcestershire, Rayan Idavella.
As fans continue to make their way into the ground, great to see. Good to see this tournament being supported well on the first morning as Taylor's in. And that's beaten the edge as well.
That's the length to bowl to Anderson, isn't it?
Absolutely right, Frank.
Just gets him on the walk.
And he's losing his balance forward, isn't he? Yeah. In the shot.
Bears Swanepoel's left the field to be replaced by Rayan Devalath.
Well, let's hope it's just precautionary. Worcestershire really with the 5 frontline bowlers. Could rely on a bit of D'Oliveira, a bit of Libby, perhaps. Swanepoel started well. I want to see him back on the field sooner rather than later. Again, it's good from Taylor. A little bit straighter this time. Anderson 9 from 24, and as you say, Frank, he wants to feel bat on ball, doesn't he? There's Matt Taylor down at third man, just in front of us, is going through his stretches as well. The other 2 fielders out in the deep are at square leg and fine leg as the 10 over restrictions are lifted. Played with soft hands, but D'Oliveira's there. It's notable actually, Frank, that this Worcestershire fielding unit are very good. Have been in all facets of the game. Something that they were particularly proud of. Particularly that era, 2018, 2019, 2020. They're very competitive in T20 cricket. As Anderson is on the walk, he whips that through the leg side. What a good shot that is. Just rolled his wrists on it, timed it beautifully. 2 men out in the deep, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, he manufactured it, didn't he, really, because he was on the walk. Taylor didn't perhaps produce the delivery that Anderson was trying to make him produce by going on the walk. It was still shortish, but he manufactured a shot, just as you say, kept his eye on it and rolled the wrists on it. Didn't get his feet into a position to play a pull shot, really, but did it all with his hands.
I was going to say all hands and a good eye, wasn't it? Yeah. As Taylor comes in, how can he respond? And keeps Anderson in his crease.
Matthew Waite's warm-up suggests that he will bowl the next over, with Swanepoel off the field. Yeah, I think Worcestershire would have a problem if Swanepoel couldn't complete his full contingent, because you mentioned D'Oliveira, his confidence is pretty low with the ball at the moment, I think. Latigan bowled a little bit the other day.
Again on the walk is Anderson, doesn't time it. They'll take a single, they might get 2 actually, because Jake Libby's run past it here. rare lapse. It's my fault. I'll take ownership of that. Talking about the fielding. Yeah, I mean Laskin's an interesting one, isn't he? Because he bowls in club cricket. We'll find out if he's got the mettle for it in the elite form of the game. I mean, the way he left the field didn't suggest it was anything that was going to be hugely significant. It will be Matt Waite from the New Road end. But you don't want to be in a position this early in the game where you have to try and find overs rather than make decisions about best use of your bowlers. But if there is a problem with Swanepoel, then it's all the more reason that Falcons would want to just keep those wickets in hand. You might fancy there'll be an opportunity for them to accelerate later.
So it is Matthew Waite who starts with a full-length delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. Waite, who's become an integral member of this Worcestershire side in all formats. He really has, since his move from Yorkshire. Had injury problems at Yorkshire before he came to Worcestershire. 1 or 2 injury problems since, but generally key to his rise to the important position that he holds in the Worcestershire setup is that he has largely stayed fit. This one is pushed out on the offside for a single, barring 1 or 2 little niggles. He's stayed fit, and he is one of the first 2 or 3 names on the team sheet in every game, I would say. Matthew Waite now.
I was just about to say, Frank, that Matt Waite's got the ball in hand. He's got Tom Taylor at mid-off and Jake Libby at mid-on, and I think those are the 3. I mean, what
big names. Yeah,
established cricketers at other counties of an age, mid-20s, that came here and have been absolutely phenomenal from a Rapids perspective, those 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. A proper county cricketer, I would say, Matthew Waite, if I can say that, and I don't mean it in any way disrespectfully. Keeper standing up, he bowls, and this one is played out square on the offside by Anderson for a single. Shapes the ball away from the right-handers generally at a lively pace, but not so lively that the keeper can't stand up. He's not standing up for Brooke Guest, he's standing up for Anderson. And obviously, as we know, a pugnacious striker of the ball as well, batting at around about 7 in most formats. Now ball slightly over pitched on leg stump, and despite Livy's best efforts, they still get 2 as Adavath, the 12th man, does the fielding and sends his throw in way over there to Gareth Roderick. 2 are taken anyway. And Shackle's just being released a little bit. Guest is 17 off 33, Anderson is 16 off 29. And Worcestershire need to break this partnership. And Waite errs in line and is tickled down to long leg, but only 2 runs as Kashif Ali comes around to do the fielding. But runs have come fairly comfortably this over. 6 off the last one, 6 off this one so far. This pair has added 35. Ben Allison warming up at cover suggests that he will be on at the Diglis end at the end of this over. No slip now as Cullen is brought out to short mid wicket. Waite bowls and Guest respectfully plays out into the offside. End of the over. 46 for 1 off 12. 6 coming off that one. And indeed Ben Allison being introduced at the Diglis end.
He found his way into the Rapid side halfway through this competition last year.
And
I thought grew and grew as a white ball bowler. Still early days for his T20 career, of course, but featured heavily this year. Really talented all-round cricketer, Ben Allison. Impressive with his loan from Essex year before last, and be keen to make an impact here. Got a 6 for in this competition last year, actually, against Hampshire, who will be visiting us on Sunday, and that's no mean feat. He's top of his mark, on his way in. Anderson awaits, one slip in place, that's Cullen. And Anderson already busy at the crease, moving across his stumps and then taking a large step forward towards the bowler. For all that movement, it's a dot though. Again, Ben Allison is just looking at the foot marks where his size 13s are going to thud into the ground just by a non-striker's stumps. Again, Anderson on the walk, he's just shovelled that into the onside, very uppish. A lot of bottom hand. (17 from 31 for him. Brooke Guest 19 from 35. These two have put on 36. He's just sticking this on a length here, Ben Allison, which is why Anderson's looking to be proactive and trying to knock him off that length and manufacture bit too straight. Just be the single though. Fateh Singh doing the fielding down at fine leg. Third man is out, and there's a cover point on the fence and then deep mid wicket as well. Three in the ring on the offside, just one on the leg side, and that's Libby at mid-on. And it's Libby that's called into action because that sizable gap at mid-wicket has been found, but not timed by Anderson, so just a single. Again, bit too full, bit too straight, whip through that big space at mid-wicket. Just be a single again though. So 4 singles from the over.
And a 50 up.
Folks, I'm going to ask to remind you on a very hot day.
Right, you're quite right, Frank. Falcons on 50 for 1 after 13.
You don't get, obviously,
just a notch below 4 and over.
Water fountains around the ground where you can fill up a water bottle.
Considerably
Sadly, you have to bring your own
less
deodorant.
fewer problems for the batters than I think about in the first half an hour or so. In the last, since the change of bowlers came on, ball softening a little bit, seam probably flattening a little bit, not quite nipping around as much. I should say balls are softening, shouldn't I? Because one at each end, isn't there, in this competition, I think.
Yeah, it was introduced 10 years ago in 50 over cricket, because they found that by the last 5 overs or so, it was just a piece of sponge.
Yeah.
And you couldn't clear the ropes unless you had 50-inch arms. But yeah,
just doesn't
slightly attritional at the moment.
Much. Yeah. Wait again. Bowls, and this one is worked on the onside. Good diving stop by the athletic Cullen at mid wicket, fielding it with his left hand and then rolling over. Spectacular fashion. Got a real chance, hasn't he, Henry Cullen, to cement a place in Worcestershire's white ball plans for the next few years if he continues the sort of form he was beginning to show in T20 cricket. White bowls going to be eased away. Oh, great piece of running actually. That, ooh, well, it wouldn't have been if the throw had hit on the way back, but they get 2 and it hardly went outside the circle. Roderick chased it back to short fine leg. Kashif Ali, Bay Swanepoel actually, he was back on the field, came in from fine leg, but they got back for 2. Really well run by Brooke Guest. 52 for 1. Oh, he's edged this one for 4. That's good bowling from Waite. Genuine edge. Went past Roderick. Wouldn't have carried to first slip if first slip was still in there, Henry Cullen, because it died a bit and Roderick died to his right, but it's 4 down to third man. Fortunate runs for Brooke Guest and a bit of a moral victory for Matthew Waite, but the runs are on the board. It's 56 for 1. Nicely bowled. Waite be looking to repeat that delivery as he comes in now, and on the back foot very watchfully. Guest is defending. Could have been so different. The margins are so small, aren't they? Had that been a finer nick, Roderick would have possibly picked it up. Had Cullen still been in there at slip, it might just have carried, I don't know, but margins are small. Certainly I think as a batter, when the slips go, you feel just that little bit more relaxed about playing outside the off stump. This one's short, pulled away on the leg side, just a single, and Allison comes in to do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. 57 for 1.
Well, it's actually, these sort of situations are quite tricky for the captain as well, Frank, because you can see the ball isn't doing huge amounts, but you're managing to tie them up in terms of run rates, so you kind of feel maybe if you can nip one of them out, you can really capitalise. But at the same time, if you can keep putting the squeeze on, that extra fielder in the ring, build pressure that way. So that run rate continues to hover around about 4. 57 for 1 from 14. Ben Allison's going to continue. There is a slip in play at the moment. Henry Cullen's in there. And there's just that feel about a one-day game, Frank. That hum and that murmur from a good crowd. Derbyshire looking to set a platform, build themselves a decent total. Allison will have other ideas, and he comes. And that just squirted off the outside half of the bat of Brooke Guest. So 2 dot balls. One fielded at mid-on, one fielded at mid-off. And that's off the edge as well. Just squared him up a little bit. Kashif will come in and do the fielding. They'll keep it to a single. Roderick up to the stumps. Anderson on strike. He's hitting the pitch hard here, Ben Allison. It's a good length to bowl. With Roderick up to the stumps, Anderson's been very busy, moving across his stumps, moving out his crease as well. At times batting out of his crease, and Roderick will just keep him honest in that regard. Kashif, who's out in the deep at cover, but he's about 3/4 of the way back. That's worked nicely into the leg side. Just a single to Fateh Singh though. So by the time Kashif there at cover is, it's to stop the two. I think you can do that here and in this context because it's clear that there isn't an intention to go aerial and really attack the boundary. No real shot in anger of an aerial persuasion from these two. Again, squirted off the outside edge of Brooke Guest. Good bit of fielding from D'Oliveira.
Good over that.
Yeah, just a couple from it. I think Roderick standing up helps as well, Frank. I'm surprised it didn't happen a little bit earlier, actually, particularly to Matt Waite.
Yeah, he stood up to stop Anderson from moving around, but not Guest. Anderson has been there an hour. He's faced 34 deliveries. Guest had much more of the strike. Just sense that Anderson is frustrated. We might see something aerial soon as Waite bowls, and that's down the leg side, wide signalled by umpire and Harris. I don't think I've seen a more flamboyant wide signal than that. It really does stretch the arms.
Yeah. Only matched by Gareth Roderick's rather flamboyant whipping off of the bails, Frank, is it?
Nice work down the leg side by Roderick.
From a keeper's perspective, Frank,
yeah.
Of course you're a glovesman yourself. When the batter's that big, does it make a difference tracing, tracking the ball down the leg side?
Yeah, it does. I think it's ooh, he's unlucky there. Wait again, he's edged through slip. I'd be tempted to put the slip back in now. That's twice he's been edged. That one would have carried to slip, I think, and it's down to third man for 4. Whatever anybody tells you about keeping, the bottom line is you can't see through somebody, and if they're really big, if they've got a big backside and they stick it out down the leg side, you've got to make a lot of ground across to see the ball. It's a lot of instinct, I think, and once you get to read it, that's why it's so difficult if the bounce is up and down to take the ball down the leg side. If the bounce is even, the more bounce the better almost, because you can ride across and take it, but you've got to move your feet quickly and you've got to get beyond the body of the batsman in order to see the ball.
Well, with even bounced, it becomes muscle memory almost, even within an innings.
I would say so, yeah, very much so. Waite again in, balls, and just turning this one on the leg side is Anderson, only for a single.
Going back to the
slip, slides and fields.
So going back to the slip question, is that with Roderick up to the stumps, I'd be tempted with the slip.
That's what I mean.
Because because being caught on the crease and inducing a genuine edge, I think
which is
that
exactly
might be a move
happened.
that, slightly different if you get a flashing blade from someone and the keeper's standing back.
Well, if the keeper's standing back, he's got a chance of getting there as well, hasn't he? But with the keeper standing up, it doesn't have to be much of a deflection to take it past the keeper, and well, it's gone for 4, isn't it, if you've got nobody there? Even though there's a third man. I mean, it went almost directly behind Roderick, that one.
Well, the Brains Trust are just talking a few things over here. Wait with the ball in hand, and then Taylor and Jake Libby, who's the skipper in this format.
Incidentally, 50 partnership between these two. 54 now added, and they've done it pretty well, pretty measured. They had some difficulties early on, but they've been very calm. As you said, nothing flamboyant. A couple of lucky edges, and look, he's reading my mind, isn't he? Because the slip is going back in, although the keeper's standing back. Has the horse bolted? And now, this I don't like, as you know, Jim.
There's a gap. Yeah.
We've got one slip. I think if you have one slip, he should be at first slip. He's actually at second.
Well, he's just shoved it in. I think that's 1.5. There's still a little gap though.
Weight bowls, and Guest is just uncertainly pushing forward.
I have a slightly modified view on it, but I don't mind a slightly bigger gap between keeper and first if the slipper's a left-hander.
Yeah, I as an ex-keeper, and I've also fielded a lot first slip, I now think you've got a situation where neither knows whether to go or not if it's in between, and that is not good. That's my feeling.
Yeah, well, I think it helps that Roderick will go for everything, but
Waits in. Nobody's going for this because he's turned it on the leg side for a single.
Yes, I absolutely understand it. Is that if you have a catcher there and it goes in that gap, the bowler is infuriated. If it just goes just beyond the grasp of first slip, who's diving away to their right, you can live in that world, because realistically, you're not going to put two slips in at 66 for 1.
Yeah, that's
in the 16th over.
That's where I'm coming from, isn't it, really? And now the interesting thing is that he's come out for Anderson.
He's going to go back in?
No, this is what we want. The keeper's standing up, and we want him at a conventional first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, all we need now, for it to be a perfect world, is for him to take the catch.
It would be a rather self-congratulatory commentary box, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Instead, it's a missed cut to a ball that bounced a little bit outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. But good partnership by these two. 55 now added. And as I say, they've done it in measured fashion. No chances given. A couple of edges through the slips. Nothing aerial.
Yeah, I mean, even you mentioned those slightly fortuitous edges. I think that on a surface like this, everyone's entitled to a little bit of luck, I think.
Sure.
They've done well.
Weight in bowls, and Anderson just fends it away with one hand on the leg side for a single, and that's the end of the 16th over. And the Falcons were put into bat. They lost an early wicket, but they've recovered very nicely indeed. 8 coming from that over. 67 for 1.
Yeah, I think Derbyshire will be happy with this, Frank. I mean, it's not scintillating cricket by any stretch, but with run rate just a nudge over 4.2. Keeping their powder dry, and you think that this is a strong Worcestershire side. It's a strong Worcestershire side at home who know these conditions well. I think they'll be pretty happy with things right now from a Falcons perspective. As much as Anderson particularly will probably want to see more of the strike and slightly more progressive run rate, as Anderson's in again, a little bit too straight, lengths bob on, but line's just a bit off, so they're going to run the first hard, but they're never going to take 2 to Fateh Singh there. So I think these two should be pretty happy just to sit in for a while here. I wonder whether we might see Fateh Singh sooner rather than later. At the moment, as good as this are, we are in a world of 4 right arm fast, medium fast. There is a slip in place for Brooke Guest. He's almost level with the keeper. Don't see that very often. In comes Allison to Brooke Guest. And it just rides the bounce nicely. Soft hands into the offside. D'Oliveira's there though. Again, just back of a length. Brooks struggling to get it away. Neat and tidy from Allison without looking overly threatening. But, club captain Brett D'Oliveira is happy with what he's seeing. Geeing up his bowler, giving a little round of applause. In comes Allison once more. And I guess again, not finding the middle of the bat, just finding Bears Swanepoel at mid-wicket. So a little bit of pressure with these dot balls. Just a single from the first delivery of the over. And the over will finish with a single as well. A little almost skip down the wicket, little shimmy from Brooke Guest. Just to find an extra metre or so and make the ball slightly fuller than it otherwise would have been. So a single to bookend the over, 69 for 1. Again, that run rate hovers just around about 4.
Scores elsewhere, Jim. Durham are playing Sussex. That's a 1:30 start at Chester Street. Game's underway. Middlesex going nicely at Southampton. 76 without loss against Hampshire, having won the toss. Glamorgan in a bit of trouble at Neath against Yorkshire. They're 60 for 4 after 16. Break off as Matthew Waite starts a new over with a dot. This one's played back up to mid-on. Surrey 54 for 1 off 16 at Guildford against Leicestershire. Northants Steelbacks, who I also quite fancy in this competition. Team that seems to be applying itself well in all formats at the moment.
Got a lot of time for Darren Lehman actually when it comes to England, future England coaches, Frank.
Yeah, I agree. They're 76 for 1 off 14. As Waite is cut away on the offside by Guest. Wanted to, but good work by the fielder. Prevents them getting to Cullen, it was, who got across quickly from slip. Now he goes back in there. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And funnily enough, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, an ex-player, and I was talking about the turnaround at Northampton. Waite bowls, Anderson defends, from a county that was, I think it's common knowledge that a couple of years ago it was an unhappy ship, and there were a lot of players were looking to leave. There wasn't a lot of confidence in the previous coach. Generally, I think that was the feel that was around anyway. But it now, one man has come in, and it wasn't immediate, the turnaround. They suffered some heavy defeats in 1 or 2 games of cricket in various formats, I think. Waite again bowls, and that's a big shout for LBW here, but not given by umpire Harris. And without really changing the personnel a huge amount, but changing the mindset, I a great pickup in Calvin Harrison.
Yeah.
I think one of the best signings of any county in recent years.
I was astonished by that, actually. I mean, I would have sold family members to have him here.
Yeah, I think it's probably on a decent salary. But anyway, they've turned it around in a big way, I think. And when they take the field now in any format, they look a very, very well organised and purposeful outfit. Single taken here by Anderson, cutting it down to fine leg. And what I was going to say is, players that were unhappy have suddenly become fully committed. Vasconcelos, Safe Zabe, etc. And they just look like a team that knows what it's all about. David Willey's been brilliant as a captain in the white ball game. They look a very, very, very good side, and they're flying the flag, aren't they, for counties that are impecunious, shall we say, proving that you can really do it if you've got the right approach. Weight balls again defended on the offside.
Well, there's a lot to admire about it. Darren Lehman, just because you're a good player doesn't make you a good coach, but everything about who he is and what he's done in the game, it's not a surprise that he's managed to turn it around. He's spent many years in the county game as a player. He's got international coaching experience. He's now part of this sort of like mini group that the ECB have turned to get an insight into county cricket, as if it was necessary in the first place, but there we are. But Booth was a significant part of that, and I think you're right. Northampton are a very popular winner of the T20 Blast, and we've talked about this at length, I think, on this stream at various points in recent years, about a sense of identity, a sense of team role, a sense of team cohesion. As Allison's in again, Roderick up to the stumps, that's whipped away. Fatty Singh will do the fielding, it'll be a single. And in what Worcestershire are trying to do is, when these counties who are of the smaller persuasion, the smaller budgets, they absolutely have to have an identity, have to have a team ethic, have to have coherence, cohesion.
Yeah, and I don't. And I've not been present at a Darren Lehman team talk or a Darren Lehman coaching session or any such thing. I've heard a few interviews, but it all seems to me to be quite simple, quite clear. It's not overly technical. Let's just play the game in the right way with purpose. Dot here as guest defends, and just have clear identity, clear ideas about what you're trying to do with the bat, with the ball, in the field. And the same players that were struggling to produce performances are just turning it on.
The Darren Lehman Appreciation podcast is coming out soon, featuring Jim Dale and Frank Watson.
Absolutely.
But I echo every sentiment of that, Frank. And I wouldn't mind him taking over the England side one bit. So Allison's in again, short this time. Test the middle of the pitch, top edge. That's going to go for 4 though. It's a first proper bouncer, and it's the first boundary in 5.5 overs. It wasn't a shot that was in any meaningful control.
Need a wicket, Worcestershire. They really do.
76 for 1 the score.
The base is being laid for as we were talking about earlier, for an assault later on.
So just back of a length this time, back to the dot balls. It's your thoughts on testing the middle of the pitch? I don't mind it. 2 fielders back, difficult to time, and using it sparingly, I think, is the key here. And it was a good bumper, and it was a genuine edge.
Surprise to everybody, ourselves included, I think.
And that's the key. Use the bumper sparingly on here. If you bowl short consistently, it's tended to be a problem. It's a good bumper from Allison. Kashif doing the fielding, saving 2 out there. To deepish extra.
Richard Jones, the Worcestershire bowling coach, just coming round to have a word with Matthew Waite down below us. It'd be interesting to know whether he's just talking to Waite about his bowling or about the plan in general. I suspect it might be the latter.
Well, one ball left of the 19th over. Yes, I was going to say, with one ball left of the 19th over, and it's been pace on throughout. Just pushed off the back foot for another single. So 78 for one, partnership of 67. That run rate again continues to hover around about 4, but it's the wickets in hand really that seem the important part of this equation at the moment. I don't think Worcestershire have bowled badly at all. Guest and Anderson have been pretty watchful, done a pretty good job actually of moving around the crease and trying to find singles, manufacture boundaries if they can, without being risky, without, reverting to any unnecessary scoopage. Wait back in from the New Road end. Anderson on strike. Lofted drive, lovely shot. One bounce 4. Slightly over pitch, it's a long half volley. But a really good clean strike, and it's the first deliberately aerial shot I think we've seen, Frank. Executed with precision from the inform Anderson. 33 to his name now. As you say, he's got a pretty good track record against Worcestershire, and he's fresh off the back of 112 against Durham a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think credit where it's due, these two have played really well. It was tough early on. Harry came out in the second over, quite a bit of seam movement and bounce early on, and it wasn't easy at all for these two. The only early relief came from a few full half volleys, but generally when the bowlers got their length from it, it was tough. They battled through it really well. Measured, proper cricket. And this is why, I think, isn't it, a lot of people favour this 50 over format over T20, because you've got the scope to lay a base like this. I mean, there are times where we think there's a bit more scope for that in T20 than we sometimes get given, but in this format it's more satisfactory in that sense. You can battle back from a problematical situation. This one's swivelling, he pulls it away down to the long leg for a single. And look at Warwickshire yesterday against Notts at Welbeck. I know they lost the game eventually, but they were in big trouble at one stage, 5 down for not many, and they ended up getting 280 thanks to George Garton 100 and 50 from Ethan Bamber. Late recovery. You can do it in this 50 over format, but this is by far a better way to do it. Put a base down like this. 84 for 1 as Waite bowls, and Anderson on the back foot defends back to the bowler. And Anderson, who likes to get on with it and is in good form, got 100 the other day against Durham. He hasn't been able to cut loose yet, but very sensibly he's not given it away. He's battled through it. He's 34 off 47, and if he gets to 50, then he could well be capable of going up towards 3 figures once again. Gets himself in. Waite bowls, he's forward watchfully, pushing into the cover. Swanepoel fields, returns the ball to the umpire, puts it in his pocket because they're using a different one at the other end. 20 overs have gone, 84 for 1.
Well, are we going to see a change of pace? Ben Allison's making his way towards the skipper. So I think it's going to be more of the same. Oh no, it is going to be a change of pace because Allison's walked straight past the umpire. I was going to say we're waiting for that change of pace and see how we'll go with spin. personally might have wanted to see that a little bit sooner, but...
Well, it's an interesting one. Fateh Singh has performed better for Worcestershire in white ball cricket than he has in red generally, I think, although he did get a 5 in the Championship earlier this month, or last month, here against Gloucestershire. But the pitches here at New Road have taken spin this year, in Championship cricket certainly, and indeed in T20 cricket. So this could be an important bowling change.
Well, in comes the left armour, and he's on the money straight away. Wasn't fired in, but he's put plenty on that. He's not going to look to float it up early doors. And Guest is using his feet. Good bit of fielding by Libby. And Fateh Singh, he's a confidence lad, isn't he? But as you say, Frank, he's bowled particularly well actually from the digless end, which is where he's operating from here. And we are expecting this to grip a little bit because we've seen turn in recent weeks. That's a good length, a good start as well. Straight back into his delivery stride again, get through his overs quickly, wrapped on the pad, big shout, and given a change of pace and a change of fortunes for Worcestershire Rapids. Fateh Singh straight into the attack, and he makes the breakthrough.
Have you watched the replay?
LBW to Fateh Singh for 38.
Well,
what do you think?
it's hitting. I think it's just about in line. Yeah, I think that's a good decision. I think it's a brave decision. Batsman on the move. Slightly round-arm delivery, straightened a little.
He was down the pitch. There was a long way for the ball to go, pad to stumps, but it looked pretty straight. He played right across it, didn't he?
Yep.
I could have understood if it had been turned down, but I think
yeah. Well, that's my thinking as well. I think it's a brave decision. I think, in fairness to umpires in the modern era, they're slightly more inclined to give those decisions. In my day, I wouldn't have got that. I don't think.
Yeah.
But a good bit of bowling. There was slightly wider at the crease, slightly round on with a little bit of grip there, but it was hitting halfway up off stump, I think. So good bit of bowling, good bowling change, and Wayne Madsen on his way out. Italy international, Wayne Madsen, love that.
Hockey international.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you can really see it in the way he plays, and there are plenty of cricketers who are good at hockey. But even going back to Owen Morgan and hurling, you can see the use of wrists and how it informs the way they present the bat, the point of striking.
Well, it would be a good time for a very rare Wayne Madsen failure against Worcestershire, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Obviously, if you're a Derbyshire fan watching this, then don't take offence at that.
I would fancy a slip in here, actually, as Singh's in again, and a solid forward press from Madsen.
But Madsen has been a thorn in Worcestershire's side on many, well, probably in every, I bet every county says it, about Wayne Madsen. He's made so many runs.
Yeah, it's as he gets off the mark, Kashif in business in the field.
Good over from
just so relentlessly consistent, isn't he? And Fateh Singh gets a very warm round of applause on a very warm day here at New Road as he gets the breakthrough in his first over. So I wonder, we mentioned a little bit about Brett D'Oliveira not bowling as much as he used to, perhaps not being quite so confident with the ball. Jake Libby regularly bowls in this competition, though admittedly it's a few overs here and there. They may well look to supplement this four-pronged seam attack with a few part-time overs of spin. Anyway, Allison switched ends from the dig list to the new road end to facilitate Fateh Singh.
Generally prefers this end, I think, Allison. Madsen on the back foot, drops it down on the onside for a single. That's a big wicket, that for Worcestershire. 73 added for that second wicket by Guest and Anderson. Arguably these two the most important pair for Worcestershire to try and dismiss. The dangerous Ross Whiteley coming next. Worcestershire know all about him. Anuj Dal after that. Then it's the youngster Bin Naeem. Potts Aitchison, not a bad number 9. Morley and Hayden. Anderson bowls, and Anderson is dropping it down on the offside.
The numbers tell us that this is a key partnership, not just in terms of experience, but they both average well into the 40s and have been playing for a long time. So to be able to do that, Wayne Madsen, nearly 3,850 runs in this competition, averaging well over 42. 800s, 21 50s. It was a rather dramatic dismissal actually against Durham. As looked to make room. Charged down the wicket, lost his middle stump. And when a fast bowler takes out a middle stump, the empty pint pot, it's a good visual.
Tidy from Allison without being too threatening, I would say, so far. In his 5th over, conceded 16 runs. So he's been going it below the average rate, but wicketless. This one clipped away down to long leg by Madsen for a single. 88 for 2. He's difficult to bowl at, Madsen, isn't he? Because he's got so many shots, so many different methods of scoring, such good hands that he can manufacture things sometimes. Against the slow bowlers, he plays the 360 game, plays the odd ramp, plays the reverse. He's a complete cricketer. He really is. Allison bowls. Anderson just jabs down on this, chops it down into the ground. It bounces up. Roderick gathers. End of the over. Another tidy over from Allison. Just 3 runs coming from it. Worcestershire keeping a lid on it. The run rate exactly 4. 22 gone. Derbyshire 88 for 2. The men out. Harry came for 9 and Brooke Guest for 38.
Madsen, he just has the ability to work and manoeuvre the ball in ways that his footwork and his body position doesn't necessarily say he should be able to. Just the bat face, the use of angles. Highly skilled operator. Has been for such a long time. Fateh Singh to continue to the aforementioned Madsen, and he's sent that out into the deep. He's not timed it at all, and it finds its way out to Kashif Ali on a couple of bounces.
That was a full shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Could have gone to mid-off.
Hit the toe end of the bat. And if he'd have got any more on it, Kashif was in business. And Anderson's gone after that, and he's absolutely smoked it. All the way for 6. Really clean strike through the line of the ball, over pitch from Fateh Singh. And he's walloped it. Really good shot. Nothing fancy about that. simple, clean hitting. Push through. Anderson in behind it. Well, with that dance down the wicket from Madsen and a crunching drive for Anderson, I think their approach here is they're not going to let Fateh Singh settle. Don't let him bowl at you. It might well be they'll feel they want to get a move on as well. Again, conversations here. Gareth Roderick with Jake Libby and the bowler Fateh Singh. Going after the spinner is a positive approach. I don't think it's a bad idea at all as Singh is in again. And again, Anderson in behind it, full face of the bat. Goes neither forward nor back. Well, several dot balls. In response to the lusty blow from Anderson. Fuller this time, and again it's another dot ball. So after a miscue and a mighty 6, Fateh Singh has tidied that up somewhat. 7 from the over, 95 for 2. The run rate continues to sit on just about 4.
It was an interesting exchange that. I was looking through the binoculars. Roderick went along to Singh because he wanted to make a point, and he made that point at some length. Libby joined the conversation. Singh at the end of it didn't appear to like what had been suggested. He sort of held his hands out as if to say, well, what do you want me to do? And they didn't change the field. He did bowl a bit flatter, I thought, after that. But as you say, he tidied it up nicely. Allison into Madsen. Forward, pushing into the covers. Sonapur Fields, no run. But it's a challenge for the young left arm spinner. Anderson, man in form, big man. Capable of clearing the ropes, obviously. Madsen, tremendous player of spin. Good test for Singh.
Well, it's a good point you make, because he's been here for a few years, but he's still a developmental cricketer. Absolutely. And as you say, with Anderson, with his size and his form, if you just slightly get it wrong, he's got such a big step and a big bat.
Well, that's going to be a wide.
Slightly over pitching. Anderson, just a big boot down the pitch, hit through the line.
Yeah,
it happens to plenty. So,
and I've said this many times in recent years. The bats these days have changed. People are mishitting sixes. People are top edging sixes. I just wonder. And it sounds like a real dinosaur comment, but I do wonder sometimes. As this one is pulled away for a single by Madsen, I do wonder sometimes what someone like Graham Hick would have done with if he'd have had the sort of bats they use these days. When you look at Anderson hit that 6, that last over from Singh, it was effortless, wasn't it?
Well, I mean,
and we saw some hitting in the T20 the other day for Gloucestershire here, when it was just extraordinary. A 13 ball half century. Anderson bowls short. That's cut away. That'll be 4. It's a wide delivery. Not a good delivery. He struggled a bit in this over. He's tried to get full and wide, and he hasn't done that right. It was a wide first ball of the over, and this one wide and short. Cut away for 4. Darrowell it was for Gloucestershire, wasn't it?
Yeah, Cameron Darrowell.
Just extraordinary hitting.
Well, Falcons 100 is up.
And, going along nicely.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this. 2 set batters.
And this one is just steered down to 3rd for a single. Anderson goes to 46 of 58, and given that he struggled early on, I think it's been a very, very good innings. Quite a mature innings. marked him out as more than just a pinch hitter. Well, we knew that anyway. He's played really well. 102 for 2 in the 24th. 103 for 2. There's Madsen. Meat and drink. He just flicks it off his hip for a single. And there's not a lot happening out there now, I would suggest, in terms of seam movement or swing.
No, I mean, I referred to Madsen as set and he'd faced 8 balls. I stand by it. He's a man that seems invariably he looks in.
Just that one little chip over extra off the edge of Fateh Singh. Last ball of the over is a dot. 24 gone, 103 for 2.
Yeah, Anderson had a couple of really good years, really developed into a highly effective top order batter in this format. Well, more of Fateh Singh from the digless end. And the dots continue. Madsen on strike. Just looked like that one kept a little bit low. Pushed through. And just pushed away off the back foot for a single. There's going to be a change in the field, so Ben Allison goes back to long on with Anderson on strike, and the ball is strong arm down the ground to Ben Allison for a single. So Anderson on to 47. As the sandwiches are being broken open. People fancying an early lunch. Very wristy shot, half stopped. So it will be a single. All that power generated by a flick of the bottom hand from Madsen.
Proper hockey shot, that one.
Good bit of bowling from Fateh Singh. So we're one ball away from the halfway stage, 106 for 2. And it will be 107 for 2 as Anderson makes his way on to 48 not out. I think at that halfway stage, I think the Falcons will be pretty pleased. It's I think they're slightly ahead of the game, not by much.
No, I'd
the run rate being where it is, that if that the Worcestershire find a breakthrough in this partnership. We know that one can bring 2, can bring 3 on this surface, so things can change quickly in this format too. But as it stands, halfway point, Derbyshire Falcons 107 for 2. Madsen 8 from 12. Anderson 48 from 62. He's picked his battles well, I think, Anderson, in terms of trying to use his feet and manufacture things early on. Bit of clean striking straight down the ground in more recent overs.
Bit of a drinks break, give you the scores from elsewhere. Middlesex going nicely at Southampton, 120 for 1. They are Josh DeCaris 66 not out, Fernandez out for 45, Sam Robson is on 9, so Middlesex going nicely. Glamorgan 102 for 4 now against Yorkshire at Neath. They've recovered reasonably well. Eddie Byram, who's not been in the side much this year, I don't think. He's 59 not out. He's been there since the start. Dan Douthwaite with him now on 18. 2 wickets for Bancliffe, 1 each for George Hill and for White. And then what have we got? Surrey going quite nicely at Guildford now against Leicestershire. Rishi Patel out. It is 54 not out. Dom Sibley caught down the leg side for 11. Thomas is now 29 not out. So Surrey 106 for 1 in the 24th. Northants also going pretty well, 103 for 3. Our favourite team off 23.2 overs. Vasconcelos out for 55. But Nathan McSweeney and George Bartlett together now. So they're putting down a decent base. That's the scores elsewhere, with Durham against Sussex set to start at 1:30 and Somerset against Gloucestershire set to start at 2 o'clock. Bowling figures here. Tom Taylor 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Bayes Swanepoel 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. Matthew Waite more expensive than usual, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. Ben Allison 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. And we've had 3 overs of spin from Fateh Singh. His figures 1 for 12. Taylor being reintroduced into the attack after the drinks break at the New Road end. Be an interesting one. Taylor definitely more effective at the beginning of a white ball innings, I think, than later.
The New Road end is Tom
But
Taylor.
Often, when brought back for 2 or 3 in the middle, does manage to make something happen, which is what Jake Ligger will be hoping he can do now as he comes in to bowl to Anderson. And he very nearly does. He goes past the outside edge with his first delivery, which doesn't bounce much, and Gareth Roderick has to fall to his knees to take it, standing back. Good start though to Taylor's second spell. Another good delivery is fended down in front of him by Anderson, who checks with the fielders that he can do their work for them before he picks the ball up. Wispy cloud, but it's bright, not as hot as it has been. Very pleasant actually for the spectators and for the players, I would imagine. Nice and cool here at the New Road end of the ground. Anderson on the walk, flicks Taylor away on the leg side. Going to get 2. Kashif Ali does the fielding. And that is Martin Anderson's 50. It's come off 66 deliveries.
Martin Anderson's 50,
65 deliveries,
5
5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, really
good
impressive.
innings. Really good innings. Continuing his good form. Measured, a calculated assault every now and again. Played very, very well. Taken on the pad by this one from Taylor though, and drops down on the offside. He's not been allowed to get away. Worcestershire have not lost control at any point, nor have Derbyshire really becalmed at any point. It's been a good contest. I'd say, as Jim suggested, that Derbyshire might just be shading it at the moment, but nothing that a couple of wickets wouldn't change in these middle overs. But the base is laid for a good score. Anderson pushes out on the offside. They take a single. Ooh, they have to hurry as Swanepoel's throw comes in. If that had hit, I think Madsen might well have been struggling. It didn't hit. They get through for a single. I'm sticking with my suggestion that 250 is a decent score.
Yeah, I think.
But having said that, if
Derbyshire would be disappointed with that. I think at this
they
point.
would now. Yeah. If they get to 40 overs and they're still only, say, 4 down, I think could be looking at 300, which is not insurmountable.
In the modern game, it's I think chasing a runner ball here, it's very doable.
Taylor bowls, Madsen drives, slightly slower ball, didn't quite time it, through the hands of Swanepoel at short extra cover, end of the over, 110 for 2, just 3 runs coming from that one.
I've been really impressed with Anderson. It's actually the first time I've seen him in the flesh, I think. But the 2 that he clipped through mid-wicket for his 50, I just thought that's the shot of a man who is absolutely on top of his game. Worcestershire's strike bowler, leader of the attack, walked straight at him without breaking stride, whipped it, timed it beautifully through mid-wicket for 2. And he's on strike now. Fateh Singh from the Douglas end. It's a play and a miss. A few oohs from the crowd, many of whom now contemplating refreshments. Just eyeing up someone's jammy Dodgers away to our left, Frank.
Hungry, Jim.
I'm getting peckish, mate. I'm getting peckish, and as we are right in amongst it.
If anybody's listening and they want to bring
it,
feel free. We're at the
where's Kyle Ferguson when you need him?
We're at the front of the New Road stand. Where is Kyle? I haven't seen him this year.
I've seen him in the stands in the county championship. Kylie's a staunch and loyal Rapid supporter and a dab hand in the kitchen. He's not, he has from time to time furnished us with his wares. He's gone now. And Fateh Singh has his second. It's a really big wicket. The inform Anderson goes stretching for one. It's a good grab at short extra cover. And a man who seemed absolutely in control of his art has had to go shortly after the drinks break. Really big wicket from a Rapids perspective. Fateh Singh has his second.
Just a bit loose.
Called by Tom Taylor after bowling by Fateh Singh for 51.
Just a bit loose.
Well, it's a really warm round of applause for what has been a fantastic knock. And I think he'll be really frustrated with that, Frank, actually. He flashed at one that was a little bit wide. And then decided to use his feet. And he just walloped it at Tom Taylor. It's a good catch, actually, going at pace. You'd expect him to catch it, but they're never easy. And there was me daydreaming about lunch. Still a long way away, for us at least, but Fateh Singh. We talked about it at the top of the show, actually, Frank, didn't we? That what role will the spinners play here?
So Anderson, 71 balls, 5 fours and a 6. Just at the point where we probably thought he was going to just start to expand his game. In attempting to do that, he gives Tom Taylor a chance to jump and take a catch two-handed above his head.
Well, Anuj Dal to the wicket. Fateh Singh chomping at the bit. In he comes then. Fuller.
And he's out.
And he's out first ball. Well, we said this game can change quickly. Just a bit flat-footed at the crease. Great work from Roderick. He knew straight away. It's 2 and 2 for Fateh Singh. He now has 3. And Derbyshire, who are going along nicely here, actually building a platform.
Fateh Singh, without scoring.
And then all of a sudden, this game has a very different complexion to it.
Well, he couldn't believe it, Anuj Dal, could he? The umpire had no hesitation whatsoever in giving him out. I haven't seen a square on replay. But Gareth Roderick didn't even look at the umpire. Did not even look at the umpire.
I think it's one of those where his foot was raised behind the line almost, or just that slight imbalance, and Roderick's timed it nicely. I mean, the angles that we have. Yeah.
Well out. I think slid it back, but he's at best on the line, which is out.
The line is mine. That's what the wicket keeper will say.
So Bin Naeem coming in, Ross Whiteley being held back. Good stuff from Fateh Singh. He's bowled well. He's bowled well. On a hat-trick.
He is. There's a young man here making his way in the game. It's birthday on Saturday, Frank. 20 on Saturday. And he's might have had a bit of a hurry to get his pads on. In comes Singh then. Most importantly as well, though, it's seeing away a man who has been in incredible form against Worcestershire in all formats, really, Frank, isn't he? And suddenly 110 for 4.
And now Madsen key.
Well, it just means there's an opportunity just to tighten things up a little bit here as Tom Taylor continues. And those aggressive shots, Frank, walking down the wicket suddenly doesn't seem quite so appealing.
Interesting to see Bin Naeem. Seen him once before, I think. Former Repton schoolboy, when of course I spent many years in charge of cricket. He came long after me, but Derbyshire reaping the benefits of the Repton cricket programme, much the way that Worcestershire do with Malvern College. It's Taylor bowls and Madsen drives and going to get a run as it's deflected wide of mid-off. But that might not worry Worcestershire too much because it brings the new man on strike, and I think they'll fancy their chances of getting the youngster out.
Watched a bit of him against Durham. I was playing out in front of his pad a little bit too much at times against the spinner, but when he plays it late under his eye line, very tidy. But only played 6 games until today, averaging just 13. Got 21 the other day against Durham. Not an entirely convincing fashion, but there's promise there.
We played that nice and late.
Well, that's a feature of the same as that was a notice that playing it late, playing it under his eye line, could square of the wicket on the offside.
And he's off the mark. But I think it was about 15 minutes ago I said nothing that a couple of wickets wouldn't change, and that's exactly what's happened. And it's definitely on us even now. If anything, Worcestershire may be just tilting it their way. It's Taylor bowls and Madsen defends. Puts a bit more pressure on Wayne Madsen, of course.
Well, putting value on your wicket here is so important, because as you mentioned, Frank, if you lose wickets in clusters, difficult to get started, difficult to capitalise at the end of an innings. If you don't have established batters there, I think Worcestershire will feel happier of the two for sure now.
They were nearly very happy. Madsen chipped that one on the leg side. It landed, what, a couple of yards short of Henry Cullen, who's just catching it short mid-wicket. Madsen goes for a rather suspicious prod at the pitch, suggesting it might just have stopped in the surface a little bit. Taylor encouraged. 1 ball left in his 8th over, the 28th of the innings, and it's a dot as Madsen pushes out on the offside. So what those wickets have done is they've slowed down the scoring rate, not surprisingly, and the double wicket maiden that Singh bowled, followed by an over that's just gone for 2. The previous over went for 3, and since that over when Anderson hit Fateh Singh for 6, Worcestershire have been much more in control of things.
Well, this is a surface you have to be concentrating all the time. It's a real test of your mental aptitude as Fateh Singh is in. It's a solid forward press from Bin Naeem, because the run rate was never going to get away from Worcestershire. So quick wickets always drags you into the game. It's off the inside edge. Bit more flight from Singh. Short this time, rocks back, but just clubs it at Tom Taylor. And on the drive on the offside, a genuine catching opportunity as well. That's another shortish delivery, but he's fizzed it in. In the end, it's beaten the inside edge of the bat. And again, Fateh Singh rattling through his over quickly here. That's cut away straight to D'Oliveira, so slightly shorter. Bin Naeem would have wanted to try and see that away. He gets it past D'Oliveira, it's going for 4. Better length. Again, it finds D'Oliveira in front of square this time. But another dot ball. And it's another maiden for Fateh Singh. And as the runs dry up from one end, Frank, so often is the case that wickets can fall from the other.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor into his 9th over, and as you say, at the top of the innings, leads the attack, comes back for spells in the middle. He's a willing but not first choice death bowler, isn't he?
Yes,
and he's not necessary today.
Second maiden for Singh. They've just hit a fallow period at the wrong time, haven't they, Derbyshire? Just when they would have been looking to press the accelerator, they've lost those 2 wickets, and it's tough. Madsen trying to force the issue by using his feet, but unable to make enough ground to get to the pitch. Just pushes up to mid-off.
I can see the thinking behind it. Be aggressive, try and knock Fateh Singh out the attack, and then really put this Rapids bowling unit under pressure. But as you mentioned earlier, Frank, fine margins, isn't it?
Taylor again. Going to get a leg by this time. Madsen looking to turn it on the leg side. Well, it's a run. Interesting. Must have got a nick on it or a glove. Thought I heard a thud and a pad, but no signal from the umpire. 113 for 4. Taylor goes past Bin Naeem's outside edge with a good one. That bounced a little bit, and he fished at it, didn't he? Really, that slip's gone back in there, and you can see why.
Yes, it was tentative, just offering a bat, wasn't he? Good little period this for the Rapids.
Big 5 overs these, I think, in terms of shaping the destiny of this innings. leaves that one alone.
Well,
And that's not a bad thing for Worcestershire's point of view at this stage, is it? Things have really changed, haven't they, in the last... Well, since drinks. 107 for 2 at drinks. 113 for 4. Nearly 5 overs later.
well,
So
Taylor's
that's
got one more
2
after
for
this,
6
Frank.
in 5 overs.
One more after
Yeah.
this, and Singh's got 5. So
And
you'd
then
fancy
wait.
that these two are just going to sit in tandem for a few overs and keep building
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah. Bit of pressure on the bowlers at the death, though. Been lying forward to this, pushes out on the offside, no run. Again, just 1 off the over. So just 6 runs in 5 overs since strengths.
Well, Madsen on strike, Fateh Singh and Bin Naeem. Just 1 from 11. Got to do a job for his side though. Stick about with Wade Madsen and try and rebuild. That'll be the Falcons' aim, with the likes of Ross Whiteley still in the hutch for the latter stages, but Singh will want to see the back of Madsen. And it's too close to cut that, really. Thuds into Roderick's gloves. And the former outlaw spinner is putting the squeeze on here. Reverse, great shot. That's going to go for 4.
That's what he can do.
Into position quickly, and the bat speed as well.
I think it was probably about half an hour ago now when I said that Madsen had that capability. He hasn't looked for it at all, but when he does it, it's just so beautifully executed. Hit that really hard.
And he's got him now, though. Well, Fateh Singh is having himself a day. 2 in 2 balls, followed by a maiden, and now the prize wicket of Wayne Madsen has just gone straight through him.
Ball by Fateh Singh for 40.
And this game is turning on its head. 117 for 5.
Well, that was an un-Madsen-like shot, wasn't it?
Just an oddly
Seemed to
hurried.
misread the length.
Yeah.
Coming into Madsen, returning to New Road, Squatley.
Well, out comes Ross Whiteley, part of a legendary Worcestershire side, actually, we have to say. Straddled the end and the start of the last decade. Rapids finisher in that T20 side that won the competition. Fantastic boundary rider as well. And another Repton school old boy as well, Frank. So 2 at the wicket now.
Yeah, from very different eras. Ross was one of the players that I had in my first 11s at Repton in the early noughties.
Wow, Bin Naeem's 19. Ross Whiteley's what, 37 now?
Is he that old? Don't say that.
Yeah, afraid
That
so,
makes me
mate.
feel so old.
He's 23, does that make you feel better?
He was a good bowler actually when he was at school as well. He swung it and he bowled pretty quickly.
Well,
But he was a fantastic schoolboy cricketer. And of course, one of the few players who's hit 6 sixes in and over, which he did for Worcestershire against Yorkshire at Headingley. But they won't want to see any of that today. Fateh Singh's first bowl at a left-hander, first left-hander in the innings.
slip in place. In comes Fateh Singh, and that's just guided past Henry Cullen, who scampers across the ground. Good pick up. Keeps it to a single.
What a spell this is from Fateh Singh. 4 for 17.
solid forward press from Bin Naeem, who remains on 1 from his 12 deliveries. Whiteley can match that score with just a single delivery faced. Fateh Singh round the wicket and just pushed back to him, so another dot ball. It's another successful over, and this is fast becoming the Fateh Singh show. 118 for 5, and whatever was said in that drinks break, bottle it, carry it round with you. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But we've seen this from Fateh actually, even the T20s. Ever since that, well, he had a difficult time in the field and difficult time bowling at Edgbaston, but since then, come back into the white ball side, particularly down at Glamorgan, and he's not looked back. Been really effective. Tom Taylor, as we suspected, bowling in tandem with the slow left armour, 1 over left of his allotted 10.
Bowling to Ross Whiteley. Dabs it down on the offside. Interesting that you've got Taylor bowling at Whiteley. There's a few years between them, but they are both products of the same academy setup, really. That saw them come through the early ranks at Derbyshire. Purposeful stance, Whiteley, big strong man, back raised, waits and just dabs that down in front of him. Good delivery from Taylor, might just have taken Whiteley on the glove, that one. Walks away rather ruefully, shaking his hands. $118 for 5 then, the men out. Came for 9, Guest for 38, Anderson for 51, Anuj Dahl without scoring, and Wayne Madsen for 14. Taylor takes Whiteley on the pad as he looks to flick this one away on the leg side. It's going to be a leg bye. Wanted to, but unable to get back as fielder came quickly in off the boundary. Beautiful day here at New Road. It really is perfect weather for cricket. Not too hot, I'd say mid-20s probably. The crowd that are in the sun are not too uncomfortable, provided they've got hats on, and those that aren't in the sun are enjoying very pleasant temperatures. Good crowd as well. Taylor in again, bowls, and Bin Naeem drives up to mid-off. Bit of wispy white cloud. A hush around the ground. Cathedral looks splendid. Trees in full leaf. Superb.
Worse things to be doing, Frank, aren't there? There are worse things. We do all right, don't we?
Not too bad.
Lucky buggers.
On a day like this, it's not too bad. Tom Taylor with 12 on his back, moves away from us, bowls. Bin Naeem forward, pushes into the covers. Swanepoel Fields. Bin Naeem 1 off 15 now, which is perfectly understandable given that wickets have fallen at the other end, but not ideal given that Derbyshire, having reached the halfway point at 107 for 2, were looking to kick on and haven't been able to do so. Obviously, whilst Ross Whiteley is in the middle, the potential to do that is very much there. Bin Naeem swivels, pulls this down to long leg Fateh Singh Fields. Just a single for a ball that he hit pretty well. At the end of the over, he's kept the strike. 120 for 5, just 2 runs coming from that over.
It's the end of Tom Taylor as well. It's quite un-Taylor-like in that there's no wickets to his name. Just 34 runs. Most importantly as well, there's two spells of 5 overs. The second spell of 5 overs, just going at a nudge over 2 and a bit. It's he's contained things really well and bowled well in tandem with Fateh Singh.
What do you do now? Do you ball Singh out? Yeah, you do, I suppose. And then I think there's a little bit of pressure on the other 3.
I would bowl Singh out and then look to rotate in little mini spells for the seamers. Oh, cut away. A diving effort from Brett D'Oliveira. It was in the air for a long time. It would have been an absolutely stunning catch if he'd have got hold of it. Certainly not beyond the possibility of club captain D'Oliveira.
Wasn't a great delivery, to be fair.
No, it's time to rock back and pick his spot. It's a welcome boundary to both Bin Naeem and the Falcons in general. As this one's punched nicely off the back foot. Fateh Singh running round. Think about 2. Think better of it. I think there might have been 2 there, but given the current circumstances, erring on the side of caution is not a bad move. Singh into his 7th over. It's an interesting approach here actually, because the Falcons can't allow this just to drift. They need to be proactive, and Whiteley's being just that. He's absolutely smeared that for 6. Just been a bit short in this over, Fateh Singh. He just cleared his front leg out of the way, and he's not going to miss out on that. That's a freebie to Ross Whiteley. It's just fired across the left-hander. And this time punched off the back foot. Good bit of fielding out in the deep. Is that Dan Latigan out there? Covered the ground quickly. Good release. Missed time, but they'll get a single if they hurry. Good bit of fielding. I think Whiteley's been given. Well, that's a calamity from a Falcons perspective. Good pick up from Roderick, who flattens the stumps, and Ross Whiteley, well, despite the dive, he's short of his ground, and the Falcons didn't need that. A really productive over, a 4 and a 6 coming from it, and to give one away like that, and it's the destructive Ross Whiteley that has to go. I mean, that looks close, doesn't it, Frank? What's the replay saying?
Well, I've only seen it once and I haven't seen it in slow motion, so difficult to say. Well, it's close. He's dived and he's in. When the player dives, I always think it just the bat doesn't go down. Do you know what I mean? Quite as quickly as if you're running it in, but for obvious reasons. So there is a chance that you're in the air, and I think it might have been the case. It was very, very close. So often we see them given, don't we? Here we are. We're going to have another look. Out. Yeah, out. I've seen it again, and I'm pretty convinced now that that was out. A good decision by umpire Ant Harris. Calamity, really.
Yeah.
Didn't need that at all.
No. A 4 and a 6 coming from that over, a couple of singles as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're an absolute whippet between the stumps, then there's a reasonable chance you can take a single there. But they've shot themselves in the foot there, Derbyshire. Been really frustrated with that.
That was Singh's worst over, wasn't it, so far? His length was not good in that over.
Bears Swanepoel back into the attack, replacing Tom Taylor from the New Zealand. Yeah, it's entirely unnecessary. Singh dropped short, and
there were 12 off that over.
They'll be frustrated there, Falcons. They weren't in great shape as it was, but they don't need that. Rapids, though, they won't mind one bit. 1-3-2 for 6, the score.
Well, he's under pressure now, Bin Naim, isn't he? He's under pressure. He's got to go on now, I think. 8 off 21. He's seen wickets go down at the other end. He's probably responsible for the run out. He has got to go on. If he gets out now, then he might want to keep his head down when he goes into the dressing room.
Might not be many people going to his birthday party on Saturday. It's difficult, isn't it? Young man making his way in the game. Difficult surface to try and time early on in your innings as well. And it seems that Bear Swanepoel, despite having a little stint off the field, has clicked straight back in to where he was when he took the new ball a couple of hours ago. Just been on the money, Frank, hasn't he?
Yeah, as we said, didn't we, earlier on, that he had found a bit of rhythm after taking a while to settle here at Worcester. But, yeah, he's been very tidy today.
Well, 2 important contributions from Tom Taylor, in close and the offside. Firstly, the catch of Anderson, run out of Ross Whiteley. And as I see a few refreshments being consumed and the volume slowly lifting around us and the supporters here at New Road.
Decent bouncer from Swanepoel. Took Bin Naim by surprise a little bit. Swivelled round. Didn't make contact. 2 off the over. 134 for 6 from 34. And Since Drinks. 27 runs have been added for a loss of 4 wickets in 9 overs. I think that probably... the game has tilted very sharply in favour of the home side. 107 for 2 at the halfway point. And Fateh Singh has played no small part. 3 overs left, 4 for 29 so far for him.
And that expensive over, courtesy of the run out, now doesn't really matter. He can go straight back into his work. Much better length, genuine edge. Soft hands though, so it ends up just being a good stop actually from Ben Allison at first slip.
Decision from Nick Potts to go back though, quite an interesting one. I think it was quite full. He's a tall man.
Gone back again.
Bowled him.
And he's gone.
He's got a 5-foot.
Well, Fateh Singh, a 5-foot, and he's not even halfway through his 8th over. And I'm afraid this has not been good batting at all from a Derbyshire perspective. You're absolutely right, Frank. You should be going forward to these deliveries. Get a big step down the wicket. He's just been hurried a little bit, but he's not picking length at all, and he's gone. And now Derbyshire are in the position where they've just got to start. They're starting to think about batting out the overs here, Frank.
Yeah.
Which is astonishing, considering where we were just 9 overs ago.
Yeah, it is. Fateh Singh, absolutely remarkable. 5 for 29. Ben Aitchison is no slouch with the bat, but how does he go about it now? It's very tricky. I think Bin Naim, as I say, is under massive pressure now. 8 off 22. Fateh Singh asking all sorts of questions. Worcestershire can afford to just really press the remainder of Singh's spell. And I wouldn't put it past him getting a 6th, Jim. I really wouldn't.
Well, look, for context, 5s are very rare in this format. There are plenty of very, very good bowlers. I mean, the likes of Tom Taylor, for example, being one of them that that don't have one. You bowl well and you take 3 wickets, you've had a very, very good day.
He's turned it round. Absolutely turned it round. He really has.
And look, he's not done anything complicated here. I think it's just demonstrated that he's varying of pace. He's got an arm ball. There's not really very much beyond that. He's just sticking it in the right areas. Got that confidence every now and again to float one up. In comes Singh. And Aitchison doing exactly what Potts should have done, which is go and meet the ball with the full face of the bat on the front foot. In comes Fateh Singh again, rattling through these overs quickly. A little bit faster, a bit flatter. And again, we return to the dot balls, Frank, and the anticipation in Gareth Roderick, who again has been very busy, very effective behind the stumps. What a signing he's been too. Fateh Singh does complete his 8th over, and surprise, surprise, it's a successful one. Goodness me. So we've had a double wicket maiden, a maiden, then a wicket maiden. And in amongst all that, there's been one that's gone for 12. He bowled a few half trackers that ended up in a run out anyway.
Yeah,
so
the interesting thing is that over that went for 12, they put him under a bit of pressure. Ross Whiteley put him under a bit of pressure, hit that 6. But nobody else has put him under pressure. They haven't tried to. Bad footwork, I thought, in that over from Potts. They've made life difficult for themselves. But, you know, that's what happens. Pressure builds pressure. Fateh Singh has kicked the door open. Well, might have been a bit fortunate with his first wicket. The LBW have guessed. As Swanepoel starts a new over with a dot. When the batter was a long way down, I have watched it now about half a dozen times, and I agree with you. There's a long way to go between the ball hitting the pad and the stumps, but he's only in front of off. He's hit in front of off. So even if it's going on with the arm, it's probably still going to hit middle and leg. I think it was a good decision. It would not have been given out 10 years ago. I think you're right. I think the game's changed. I think DRS has changed that. Swanepoel bowls, been named, drives nicely, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. There's an overthrow. It's a bit of a loose throw from Taylor, and Kashif Ali and Fateh Singh too far away on the leg side, not backing up. They get a single. It wouldn't have been given. When I say DRS has changed things, I think we all now watch decisions on TV with Hawkeye and think, oh, that wouldn't be given, and it is given, or the umpire doesn't give it and they challenge it, and we realise that it would be out. Swanepoel bowls, bouncer, cut up in the air, down to third man, and caught! Aitchison is out, banged in short, he's gone for the uppercut, and Matthew Waite down at third man has judged the catch beautifully. They are just finding ways to get themselves out at the moment, these Derbyshire batters. It is a collapse of epic proportions now. 107 for 2 at the halfway point, 135 for 8.
Well, it just goes to show when you have a strong side out, experienced side, and a bowling attack that's been there and done it before, they've actually done a very good job. There's not been any let up, has there? A side that's been picked that knows its role. Strong team identity, and a team that is defending this trophy, Frank. Only lost 1 game last year, and comparatively Derbyshire only won 1 game last year. So it's knowing how to win and knowing how to not lose as well. And at the moment, I mean, we'll see how Derbyshire go with the ball, but I suspect right now,
yeah, it's not over. It's not over. I mean, obviously it's not over. We've seen far too much cricket to say that, but
the fact that Worcestershire are at home and they know this ground,
and I think, you know, the momentum of last season, we can't really say that, you know, they carry that on because it's 12 months later or 9 months later at least, but there's something about this competition in the last 2-3 years that has brought the best out in Worcestershire, and I think they've gone into this game thinking that, and well, it's just gone their way. But they've been helped by some pretty ordinary cricket from
absolutely, absolutely.
With no disrespect to anybody.
No, of course not. I think we consider ourselves fair, Frank, as Swanepoel comes round the wicket to Morley. Our approach is to say what we see, Frank, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
And although this is a Worcestershire live stream, we have seen some pretty good cricket from Anderson and Brook this morning.
We've seen a run out. We've seen that odd lack of judgment from Wayne Madsen to get out. We've seen just some odd dismissals, I think, really. Morley drives, good bit of fielding in the covers. Worcestershire have absolutely turned it round though. Fateh Singh, 5 for 29 from 8 with 3 maidens. Really extraordinary.
Well, it's a case of all the things that Anderson and Brook did well, which was use their feet, change the natural line and length of deliveries, not take any unnecessary risks.
All that work that they did. Swanepoel bowls, banged in short again, fended off by Jack Morley. End of the over, 1 run from it and a wicket. 135 for 8. They have lost 6 wickets for 28 runs in 11 overs since drinks.
And we're rather harsh on Potts and his sort of decision making in terms of picking length. It's not really his job when you come into that situation where wickets are tumbling with such regularity and momentum shifting. But decision making under extreme pressure, it's part of the game. There's Bin Naeem still there, 9 from 24. Fateh Singh in for his 9th over. Flatter push through onto the back foot. Bin Naeem running the first half to think about 2 and decides against it. Kashif is to the ball quickly. And even your usual bit of standard fielding is greeted with more enthusiasm than usual, I think, Frank, as this Worcestershire crowd are pretty pleased with what they're seeing. Edged and gone. He has got another. It was too close to cut. Roderick, safe hands. It's a feather of an edge. And Fateh Singh cannot stop taking wickets. This is astonishing. 6 to his name now. And it's been an absolute procession since the drinks break.
Absolutely extraordinary. It really has. I mean, you take out Anderson's 51 and Madsen's 38. And Guest's 38. Only Madsen has made double figures with 14. Came out for 9. Whiteley for 8. Potts for 1. Aitchison without scoring. And now Morley without scoring. 136 for 9. I cannot quite remember a collapse of this magnitude in a 50 over game for a long time. And it's not through, it's not been wrong. Singh's bowled well. It's not through great bowling. It's not through.
It's not ragging square. It's not pitching and turning and leaving people bamboozled. It's been a combination of
to get out, aren't they?
Skilled bowling and poor batting.
6 for 30. Goodness gracious me.
Well, he's got a chance of a 7th here because Hayden's made his way out. 136 for 9, and I was rather hungry, and as soon as I said that, it's almost as if they knew I'm going to get an early lunch, Frank.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a smile on his face as Fateh Singh. 1 slip in place. In he comes. It's just fended off to Brett D'Oliveira.
Looks Hayden like in the wicket every ball, doesn't he?
Momentum's so important. But they've had such a stranglehold on this innings. It's a bit short cutaway. Nice looking shot. These days there aren't really many proper number 11s knocking about, are there? Everyone can bat. Well, Bin Naeem has found his way to double figures. Been a bit of a tricky spot for him as well, really. Mid-on goes to long on. Singh comes in round the wicket and looks to whack this, but it's sent straight to I think it's Bears Swanepoel, who fizzes the ball at the striker's end, hits the stumps, batters in, over complete, 138 for 9. And again, Fateh Singh, he must be getting bored of these ovations, Frank.
I doubt it.
Tired ears. It's another successful over from Fateh Singh.
Absolutely incredible. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 31. And Swanepoel has also done a really good job. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 15. Will carry on. Short, Bin Naeem smacks it away in the air on the offside and is caught. He's thrown it away as well. Latigan takes the catch and Derbyshire are all out in 37.1 overs for 138, having been 107 for 2 of 25 overs.
Well, I tell you what, this has been, let's say that the last hour or so, we've just watched a side that have been habitual winners in this competition in recent times, and a side that are habitual losers in this competition. Derbyshire just one win last season, got beat again opening game this season, and they've just been steamrolled since the drinks break. And I've seen some Derbyshire fans around the ground. I feel for them a little bit. Of course, you've got to wait till both sides bat. But we'll just take a moment to drink up the applause for Fateh Singh, a young bowler who has had a bit of an up and down start to his professional career, but yet again has pulled out a fabulous performance for his side. He takes the applause, the standing ovation from the Graham Hick Pavilion. His teammates let him have that moment. But it has been a stunning turnaround since the drinks break.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Swanepoel finishes with figures of 7.1 overs, no maidens, 3 for 15. Singh 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 32. Let's just reiterate that. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 32. Career best, not surprisingly. Wait 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. Allison 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. Tom Taylor finished, the only one who finished, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34. Bears Swanepoel 7.1 overs, no maidens, 3 for 15. Pretty good effort from him as well. Only bowled about 2 bad balls that I can remember. A quite stunning turnaround. Not the best batting in the world from Derbyshire, I think it has to be said, after that really good partnership for the second wicket of 73 between Anderson and Guest. It all started when Guest became Singh's first victim, but it fell apart after drinks. 107 for 2 at the halfway point, 138 all out in 37.1 overs. Can't quite believe it. Worcestershire need 139 to win.
Well, if you go back to the start of this broadcast, Frank, and we talked about what it's like watching cricket here at Worcestershire, particularly this year, and you might get a little bit of a two-pace wicket at times. You might find it difficult to go air and go big, but you can still put a score together on this wicket. But what we do have on this wicket, whichever one is used the square, is that there's drama. There's drama to be had, and goodness me, we've had some drama today. A game that felt, for a while, for 10-15 overs or so, that was kind of attritional. Two teams just keeping feelers out on the end of each other's jab. No one really wresting the initiative from the other. But good, hard, honest cricket, and all of a sudden, you described it as floodgates, Frank. We're used to a flood or two around here, aren't we? But that was a Fateh Singh tsunami, wasn't it? Incredible stuff.
It was absolutely incredible, and it's a surprise that they left out Derbyshire, because you just assume that all counties do their research and know what pitches have been like. The pitches here at New Road this year, nobody quite knows why. I think that's true, and it's taken Worcestershire by surprise in red ball cricket, but they, have been 3 championship matches that have been won by left arm spinners here. We've seen Callum Parkinson do it, we've seen Fateh Singh do it, and we've seen the Middlesex left arm spinner do it, whose name I can't recall. They must have known that. I'm not saying it's turned square, but it's obviously helped Fateh Singh. But anyway, it is what it is. Collapses happen. We could well see another one in the second innings of the game. Who knows? Worcestershire have been guilty of several collapses themselves this year, but that was pretty spectacular. So Worcestershire need 139 to win, and we'll be back to bring you coverage when they begin their pursuit of that, which will be in about half an hour.
Let's have some lunch.
on.
Well, welcome back to New Road. We're at the halfway stage, a little bit earlier than we anticipated, and that is because Worcestershire have skittled Derbyshire for 138. They need 139 to win it. It didn't look like that was going to happen at the halfway stage, but that's the sort of drama we're used to here at New Road in white ball cricket. May not be T20 anymore, but it's pretty high-octane stuff. Guiding you through Worcestershire's reply, I'm Jim Dale. Alongside me, Frank Watson. It was an incredible turnaround, wasn't it?
It was an incredible turnaround. It was brought about by some brilliant bowling from Fateh Singh, 9 overs 3 maidens, 6 for 32, and some pretty ordinary batting, it must be said, from Derbyshire. 51 for Anderson, 38 for Brooke Guest, 14 for Wayne Madsen, 11 for Bin Naeem, and the rest we won't talk about. They found ways to get out. There were some errors of judgment. There was a run out, there was a stumping. It was not very impressive batting. That said, we've seen enough cricket, Jim, not to get too carried away. We reserve judgment, and we have to see how Worcestershire get on chasing 139 to win.
Well, Dan Latigan will face up first. 2 slips in place. Ben Aitchison with the ball in hand from the Diglis end, and they're about to get underway. It's a big appeal, wrapped on the pad. Phil Mustard, unmoved, former Durham, and England cricketer. Phil Mustard, dashing wicketkeeper batter.
The Colonel.
The Colonel, yeah.
His son plays now, doesn't he, for Durham, I think?
He does, yeah.
Or he might have just actually been on trial at Warwickshire, I've got a feeling, in this last couple of weeks.
Driven hard back at the bowler, and non-striker Brett D'Oliveira just bobs out the way. Latigan and D'Oliveira opening up. Isak Mohammed, not selected for this one, had been featuring in the warm-up games at Shropshire and Herefordshire in the week. On his toes and punching that one to dot ball to start. Lots of energy in the field from a Derbyshire perspective. They're going to need it as well. 2 slips in place. It's part of these fielding restrictions, and I think they know full well that they are going to have to bowl Worcestershire out to have a sniff in this one. As we've seen, it's not always easy, particularly in getting started. Starting your innings here is not always easy. So graft rather than dashing is the answer, but he's forced that through the offside, Dan Latigan. So the Rapids reply is underway, and it's their talented young South African top order batter that started proceedings.
Made 80 in the Championship at Derby in the opening game of the season before he was run out in similar fashion to Ross Whiteley today, actually throwing himself full length but not making it. And that remains his highest, I think, in Championship cricket.
Just clipped into the inside, the onside. More than a hint of inside edge in there. Well, he made his debut in this format for the Rapids last year at Repton School. Made 42 not out. He started his career actually in List 8, well, all forms of cricket actually, very favourably. That's timed nicely as well. Good diving stop. Really good fielding. That was destined for the boundary, were it not for Ross Whiteley. Doesn't stop them from taking a single though. 5 without loss. Solid start, but Dan Latigan averaging 54 in this format. Only half a dozen games to his name, but even so. And what we'll see in the Worcestershire batting lineup, the likes of Kashif Ali, lots of experience. Jake Libby, well, his record in this format is absolutely formidable. He averages 58, 18 50s and 300s in 47 innings in List A cricket. Jake Libby, astonishing stuff.
Rory Hayden, wearing 95, to bowl from the New Road end. Impressive young bowler, Hayden. Burly, broad-shouldered seamer round the wicket. Bowls and Latigan defends. .139 in the target.
Yeah, signed a new deal with the club. 3 years, so he'll be here with Derbyshire until 2028. He's just worn one there. Latigan, good pace from the young quick bowler.
Turned away on the onside, and they're going to come back with 2. Good running. Bit like we saw at the start of the Derbyshire innings, that slightly discomforted by that delivery, taking a hand off the bat. First 10 overs could be quite tough.
I think they'll just look to rotate the strike here, put away a bad ball if they see it, but just keep the scoreboard ticking, try not to get bogged down. And round the wicket to the left-hander, and just perhaps a little bit too straight. There's plenty of cover on the leg side. Another crisp off drive. Finds the fielder.
Wides, 4 of them. Good pace again, but ill-directed. End of the over. 12 without loss from 2. Seven coming from that one.
D'Oliveira just shimmying towards the bowler, and then tucks one into the leg side for a single. First ball he's faced. It's taken the 3rd over for it to happen, but he's perfectly happy down the non-striker's end because that's where he's gone first ball. Well, he'll have fond memories of playing Derbyshire as well, actually. He got that big 100, didn't he, last year? Worcestershire chased down 300 plus Latigan punched down the ground. Good shot. 4 runs. Just used the full depth of his crease there.
That's a great shot, wasn't it? As good as we've seen today, I suspect, that one.
Just a very simple setup, actually, isn't he? With Latigan. Head still. Played it right under his eye line. Really good shot. In comes Aitchison again. Cut away this time. That's 4 more. Flashing blade through the offside. And Latigan has moved swiftly on to 15. Rapids 21 without loss, sorry, halfway through the third. He used the depth of his crease, the delivery before, to make it a slot and punch down the ground, then a bit of width offered up from Aitchison. And Latigan doesn't miss out. Better from Aitchison. Best of 4 for 31, took 3 for 31 actually against Durham, so he started his campaign well. And he comes again. That's good line and length for this surface. Hurried Latigan a little bit. Tall left-hander kept it out. Nicely in behind it. Whiteley does the fielding. Another dot ball to finish up, but a productive over from a Rapids perspective. 9th from it, including 2 very handsome boundary 4s from Latigan. 21 without loss. D'Oliveira still only faced 1 delivery. He won't mind that at all. Experienced campaigner. We'll be facing up to Rory Hayden now, though.
Yeah, the power play. If they get through this power play and they're only 1 down, say 10 overs, maybe 40 on the board, they're in position to just go for it, aren't they?
Yeah,
with wickets in hand. I mean, nothing silly, but a target like this, you get to 50, 60, 70 and
take what's there, take the sting out of the game, don't give any wickets away.
Strongly, I think that's the way they'll be thinking. I mean, nothing reckless, no need to do anything silly at all. Hayden in, bowls to D'Oliveira, and he is fishing at that one actually. Good delivery, bounce and left him, and he just felt for it really. If you're not watching, you're just listening, imagine slip catching practice. Just looking to steer it down to third man. Lucky that he didn't get a nick, but put it out of your mind, concentrate on the next one. And the next one is off the pad, looping up to Madsen at first slip.
Well, that was the slip catching practice, wasn't it? But mercifully, it was
no bat
off
involved.
The pad.
Good pace again. Gets it through, this boy, doesn't he? Hayden. Relatively inexperienced, but I think Derbyshire have got high hopes. D'Oliveira pushes this one up to mid-on, Whiteley Fields. If you're just joining us, 138 all out Derbyshire after being 107 for 2.
Just going to say he's got a good trudge on him, Frank, and again it's another thing that I like in a fast bowler, trudging back to the top of his mark.
Moves in now, sky blue top, dark blue trousers, bowls, good pace again outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. Just interesting. I'm thinking back, and I have no idea why I've just thought of this other than that D'Oliveira's left that, but there were so few leaves in that Derbyshire innings, weren't there? There were so few leaves. Maybe that's testament to how straight Worcestershire bowled. Maybe it's because they played at everything, but they didn't leave a lot alone, even early on, even in that second wicket partnership. Hayden in, bowls, D'Oliveira pushes rather uncertainly up to mid-on, and that's the end of a maiden. Good over from Rory Hayden, first maiden of the innings, 4 gone. Worcestershire needing 139 to win, are 21 without loss.
I think it is a testament to that. I think Worcestershire bowled very well, gave very little away in terms of extras. But you're right, you would expect, at least leaving a few on length, but that didn't happen at all. But from a Worcestershire perspective, just 3 wides. So Aitchison again looking to force that through the offside. And the bounce did for Anuj Dal there. Just ballooned over his head despite his best efforts. So Latigan will take another single. So D'Oliveira gets to have a good look at Ben Aitchison this time. Good delivery. Offered a bat and just withdrew it just at the last second. D'Oliveira. Good length. Put Guess with the gloves on. Wayne Madsen at first slip. Anderson at second. All interested. Solidly in behind that one though. D'Oliveira just, well, he's did 8 dot balls in a row. He's experienced enough to know that it shouldn't let it bother him. Generally a positive cricketer, but he'll play the conditions, he'll play the situation. He's in behind that one as well. And actually there's just the one loose delivery. The punch down the ground from Latigan was such a good shot. There was a loose delivery that was cut away. Other than that, actually, these two, the legal deliveries have been actually very, very good. There was the 5 wides from Hayden, but they found the right line and length on this service, and again it's a play and a miss. I'll be happy with how they've started.
Yeah,
The Falcons in that regard. The difficulty when you're chasing such a low total, of course, is that your first change and your second change have to follow it up as well. Every single bowler, from a Derbyshire perspective, has got to be on the money here. One leaky spell, and the game can run away. Last ball of the 5th. And that's going to be a wide. And that's a little bit frustrating. Wide to go with a single. He'll have to bowl that again. Deep in his crease, edge, it's dropped just short. Wayne Madsen was there just short. Good over from Aitchison. Just a single and a wide from it. Important thing from a Rapids perspective. The wickets column is unchanged. 23 without loss from 5.
Breaking barriers. They are both signing books in front of the old scoreboard in Scoreboard Plaza. At this very moment,
discipline's going to be so important here, Frank. Derbyshire have already bowled twice as many wides in the first 5 overs that Worcestershire did in their entire innings.
Yeah, albeit Hayden was a bit unlucky with that one going away for 4. Comes in there round the wicket to Latigan, and Latigan is dropped at slip by Madsen. So Madsen, who's picked up a beautiful half volley from the bat of Brett D'Oliveira on the previous delivery in the last over, and I was just thinking how amazingly well he picked it up, and this time as Latigan slashes at one outside the off stump, Madsen puts it down, moving to his left, shin height.
Well, I think it's actually, he's got to take that. That's a pretty meat and drink slip catch, I'm afraid. It's poor cricket.
Unlucky Hayden. D'Oliveira taking on the pad. They're finding it hard, these two. Latigan, as we said, put away 2 loose ones in the first couple of overs, but since then Hayden and Aitchison have found good areas, as they say, and it's been tricky, as we thought it would be in the first 10 overs or so of this innings. And D'Oliveira again is not comfortable as he fends this one down on the leg side. 24 without loss then, Worcestershire needing 139 to win. The first game in defence of the One Day Cup they won last year. But it's not done yet, not by any means. Hayden bowls, D'Oliveira much more comfortable with this one, forward to it, pushing out on the offside.
Well, it's frustrating, isn't it, when you think you've got a small total to defend. You've got 2 bowlers who have actually started pretty well, as you say, Frank, hit good areas. You feel like everything needs to go your way and you need to take your chances. How Wayne Madsen would like to have that opportunity back. But from a Worcestershire perspective, Ladigan's got to make him pay. Got to dig in. Sure.
Good run. Driven to the right of Harry Kane at mid-off. Made a good diving save, but through for a single. Good back foot slash by Latigan, but straight to Bin Naeem in the covers, end of the over. 2 from it, Worcestershire 25 in that loss from 6.
Ben Aitchison to continue on his way in to Brett D'Oliveira, and again D'Oliveira just tucks up. He's used the top half of the bat more often than not in this innings, actually, Frank, hasn't he? Just splicing up by the gloves.
Made use of his thigh pad.
And 2 from 17 from Dolly.
They bowled well, these two, though, haven't they?
Yeah, found the right line and length. That's just run to backward point. Latigan always safe.
He's good there, though, Anaj Dali's very good at backward point. specialist in that position. Seen him get run-outs before. Aitchison's bowled well. He bowled well in the championship game against Worcestershire up at Derby. Bowled really well in that game. Heroic effort by Worcestershire to save it, but Aitchison had really did bowl well. And on the money today for the most part.
And it's going to be another wide.
Until now. Sorry.
Just fended off into the leg side. It was uppish for a while. Still in the fielding restrictions. First up, so we've got a fine leg on the fence. And cover point as well. That ball that moves across the left-hander, and Latigan does like to cut, so was just makes a little shimmy towards the bowler there, and it's just forced down the ground. It's going to be an exercise in a bit of patience and discipline here, though, I think. Two bowlers bowling well. Again, just tucks him up. Nagging length just at the bottom of the ribs. Latigan will keep the strikes, he just dabs that away into the offside for a single. Seven overs gone now, and they'll just be thinking, tick off the overs,
yeah,
soften those two new white balls.
Yeah, absolutely. Earn the right to change gear, and that's what you do. Get through the first 10, I would say. First 10 overs, non-down.
Tricky one from a Derbyshire perspective with Harry Kane as well, is that when the restrictions are released, do you want to try and keep people in?
Exactly.
I think you probably do.
Still two slips anyway. As Latigan steers this next one from Hayden down to third for a single.
Because you don't want to start thinking about 5 on the fence, which is often the way, because singles will kill you. That's the trouble when you're defending 2.5 and over. That's a beauty. He has bowled well. Rory Hayden, really impressive.
I think he's got more carry than anybody else, don't you?
Yeah, consistently, isn't he? He's not a big lad, is he?
Nice rhythm.
But physically strong, and it's almost that slight wind up at the release point. Arm comes over at such pace.
not had a lot of luck, has he, Hayden? Had a catch dropped, gone past the bat 4 or 5 times. Oliveira not in touch at the moment. But it's a new venture again for him opening, isn't it, in this format? That's a good shot. Off a no ball.
Well, I think it's the decision to open with Dolly, having that bit of experience at the top of the order. Might well be that young Isak Mohammed, who's not in a good run of form in white ball cricket at the moment. Plenty of time for him, prodigious talent. I think they probably just feel that a steady hand at the top of the order.
Free hit coming up. Surprised they haven't. Well, I suppose it could go anywhere, couldn't it? You could put a man back to deep mid wicket, maybe.
I suppose they can't change the field if the bat is the same. You can only change the field if they've crossed.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, it's just what to bowl then, isn't it?
Yorker probably.
Chipped away on the leg side for a single, caught at long leg. Not out, obviously, because it was a free hit. End of the over, got away with it. 1 from it, 3 off the over. 8 gone, 31 without loss.
Well, with the exception of that no ball throw, it was an excellent over, actually. Ball with real pace and control. And no reward for it. Rapids won't mind at all, of course. Oliveira scrapping away, still on strike. 3 from 23. He's worked that away nicely onto the leg side. But I suppose if you want to find a bit of form at the start of a competition, get your eye in. Chasing down a low total on a slightly tricky pitch probably isn't your first choice, is it? But it makes for compelling cricket. Something in it for the seamers, something in it for the spinners, and if you have the determination and concentration, you can get a score on here. As Martin Anderson proved, and Aitken's going to come round the wicket to left-handed Latigan now. The end result's pretty much the same. It's pretty much middle and off on a good length. More of the same. Well, there's plenty of Metro Bank Cup action here at New Road. Welcome Hampshire on Sunday. I don't think the weather's going to be quite as kind to us as it has been today. Latigan on the charge, and he's absolutely launched that. What a good shot that is. Into the D'Oliveira family enclosure. It's the first 6 of the innings. Well, if you're in any doubt at all, Frank, as to this young man's talent and temperament, he has soaked up all kinds of pressure, and they just sent one over into the stands.
The more you see of him, the more you like it. The more you hope that he stays at Worcestershire for a long time, because as with all our good young players, you worry, don't you, that he might end up going somewhere else.
And he just dabs that to the tumbling Bin Naeem and takes a single. I wouldn't let him leave the field until he signed a new contract, Frank, quite frankly. Everything that you could possibly want in a young cricketer.
Yeah.
Composed, polite,
Yeah.
considered when he talks,
Yeah.
work ethic, good in the field, good temperament.
Very good in the field.
Dolliver in behind thinks about a quick single. No need for that sort of caper. He's a young man who affects the game in the most positive of ways, doesn't he? We saw him he's a substitute fielder in the T20 Blast because, of course, for those who don't know, he doesn't qualify as technically a homegrown player until next year. He's been playing for the under-18s and such, and come into the side last year, technically as an overseas. But he was just a gun fielder at long on, particularly the amount of great catches we saw out in the deep in clutch moments.
3 at Cardiff.
Yep.
Yep. Special talent. Right. Enough.
Sorry.
Hayden round the wicket to Latigan. Bowls, and that's nicely timed off the back foot. Won't go all the way. Probably get just 2 actually. Well pursued by Anuj Dal. Sliding stop, springs to his feet, turns round, gets a throw away, but 2 more to Latigan. 41 without loss, Worcestershire. The required runs now below 100. 10 wickets in hand. Early finishing prospect one way or another, which is a shame for the club in terms of hospitality and takings at all the food outlets and so on. Oh, drive and a miss at this from Latigan. Nicely bowled, bit slower that one. I think he just held it back a little bit, Hayden.
Well, if they manage to pull off an impressive win, it's all the more reason to come and join us here at New Road on Sunday. Then again on Friday. Next Friday, it's Blue for Bakes, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to say, I was talking to a parent of a young lad at half time, and she was saying there's so many good things available for the kids today, all free, nets and bowling machines and so on at the far end of the ground. Dot ball as this one's played back to the bowler, and opportunity for youngsters to sign up for little coaching sessions that are being held in the holidays, run by the club at various different venues, at very reasonable rates. So
virtual reality cricket, Frank, are you tempted?
Yes.
Have you done it?
Yes. I have it. I have a headset.
Do you really?
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
And golf. The golf's great. Hayden round the wicket bowls, and Latigan plays up to mid-on.
So, you know,
Whiteley Fields.
Mrs. Frank is cooking the tea, and you're in the dining room working on your cover drive.
Not big enough. I have to go up to the shed. The first time I did it in the kitchen, I took a chunk out of one of the cupboards, playing a square cut. Brought my wife running from the lounge. This big fast bowler bowled at me, and I let the first one go, and he followed through right into my eyes. And I thought, I'm not having that, so I whacked the next one, nearly took the cupboard door off.
Quick, I think Frank's had a fall. No,
standing there with this. I've got this attachment where you hold it, and it's like a golf grip, if you like, but you can also turn it into the cricket bat. So I'm not just playing with the handset. I'm holding this grip properly. It's great. It's great fun. The golf's really good, but the cricket's good. You're in the middle of a big stadium with the crowd cheering, and you'd love it, Jim. Hayden again bowls. Latigan drives just a single as he beats the fielder Aitchison at short extra, which means he keeps the strike, which is no bad thing from Worcester's point of view. 3 runs off the over. We've reached the end of the power play, and they've done it without losing a wicket. They're 42 without loss.
I'm texting the wife.
Derbyshire were 34 for 1 at the moment.
Virtual reality cricket headset for Christmas, please.
I got mine for Christmas. Yeah. I'll give you some advice about which one to get.
All right, cool. I'm already there. It's happening.
Coming on to bowl at the Diglis end, Nick Potts.
Nick Potts is replacing Ben Aitchison at the Diglis end, and this now is what you were saying, Jim, about the backup bowlers have got to do the same as Hayden and Aitchison have done, and can they do that? The field obviously is a little bit more spread. We've now got a man back at deep backward square and a long leg, and a man out at wide third. But he's got to keep the slip in at least, because the only chance Derbyshire have got of winning the game is to take wickets.
Yeah, I think that as well as the opening bowlers actually did bowl, I think there are a few wide or two too many, but they haven't taken wickets, and that's the key.
Potts strides in really quick.
Help round the corner, should be a catch, and is.
With his first ball, Latigan will feel that he's given it away, banged in short. He's pulled it in the air straight to long leg. Didn't even have to move. Hayden, lovely innings from Latigan, but ended in rather soft fashion, you would say. And Worcestershire have lost their first wicket, and you have to feel that it was a little bit unnecessary after the start that they've had. It was a beautiful innings, but he's kind of given it away, I think he will feel. First ball of the 11th over, not a good ball. Potts racing in, dropped it a little bit short, and Latigan just swivelled, helped it round the corner, and Hayden, not 15 yards from us, on the boundary at long leg, literally did not have to move and took the catch. So it's a nice innings from Latigan, but he'll be annoyed with himself that he hasn't gone on to make it a big one. And Worcestershire lost their first wicket at 42 for 1.
Well, that was absolutely essential from a Derbyshire perspective. Just talking about the opening bowlers bowling well, but hadn't taken a wicket, and that's what really matters. We talked about the backup bowlers matching the intensity and the accuracy of the opening bowlers. Well, as you say, Frank, not a good delivery at all. And it was just helped along, wasn't it? You almost feel like if Latigan climbs into that, it could clear the rope, but a promising innings comes to an end. Tricky bit from a Rapids perspective here, as we know it's hard to start on this surface, and we know D'Oliveira is in no kind of form at all. He's on 5 from 26. I think that's come just in the nick of time for Derbyshire if they have any aspirations of getting something from this game.
Yeah, which will make it even more of an irritation to Dan Latigan, I think. He stood in disbelief, didn't he, as though he just knew that he'd undone, well, not undone the good work. He'd played so well, and it's just a bit of a disappointing way for it to end. Well, Potts is in again. He races in, doesn't he, from the Diglis end. He bangs that one in short as well at Roderick, who drops his hands underneath it, and the umpire says not only was it short, but it was also wide, and he calls it. I think Potts he doesn't. It's not the same in terms of his approach or action, but it looks as though he's kind of coming on to do what Adam Finch sometimes does for Worcestershire, which is race in and hit the deck. Different approach from the other bowlers so far. This one's a bit fuller, and Roderick just turns it on the leg side for a single. Whiteley fields and then shies at the stumps. Nearly hits his old friend D'Oliveira, who ducked underneath it.
Yeah, Dolly's just having a word with him. Whiteley's having one back.
44 for 1. But yeah, it's just, I mean, from the batter's point of view, it's just a case of ticking them off 10 by 10. And then once you get to 70, 80, you're nearly home.
And the tricky bit as well is a couple of poor overs or loose overs with the ball. So they've got to be on the money here.
Potts again, really charging in. Bowls down the leg side. Going to be a wide again. So he's got a wicket with a short one. He's bowled a couple of wides. He's got one right up there. Just a little bit lacking in control at the moment. 45 for 1. Quick this one, but clipped through mid-wicket by D'Oliveira. Be another couple. The only way that Derbyshire can build pressure is to bowl dots, isn't it?
Well, there's such a
take
big
wickets, but obviously get dots, bowl dots, build up a bit of pressure, pick up a wicket, pick up another one.
So much space through mid-wicket though, Frank, and that concerns me. I don't.
And wides as well, I think. Yeah. He's got a ball off stump. Well, he's going to get another one here. Oh my goodness me. He's got 2 in the over, both caught by Rory Hayden. One on the leg side, one on the off, banged in short. D'Oliveira goes back, uppercut, straight to Hayden. Again, absolutely did not have to move. We are watching batsmen commit suicide at the moment, aren't we?
Well, you could argue that Harry Kane has put his fielders in exactly the right spot, Frank. But in all seriousness, he was offered a bit of width, wasn't he, D'Oliveira, and he threw his hands at it. 7 from 28. The key to this from a Rapids perspective being a comfortable, straightforward chase is to keep wickets in the hutch, keep composure, and slowly chip away at this modest total. But this double strike from Potts means that Jake Libby walks out to the middle. Worcestershire captain, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, his record in this tournament is it's second to none really. But he's going to have to come out and deal with a bit of a sticky situation. Roderick has only faced one delivery. Worcestershire have lost both their openers in quick succession.
Yeah.
So very comfortable at the 10 over mark, and when the 11th over's done, well, they're in a contest now.
Yeah. And it's just, well, I don't know. Are they wicket taking deliveries, Jim? I don't think they are they?
No, one was shortish and straight, one was short and wide, to be honest, Frank.
Libby plays his first ball away on the onside. Whiteley fields. I mean, we were just saying there's runs on offer. There's no need to do anything silly. I mean, Latigan I can understand in a way, although you could say that he should have rolled his wrists on it or whatever.
He hit it nicely, didn't he? He timed it.
D'Oliveira could easily, had he wanted to, he could have dropped his hands. It's easy to be wise from here, but I think we've seen a lot of batsmen contribute to their own downfall today, that's for sure. Potts in again, bowls. Libby in behind this, tucks it away on the onside. They'll take one, they won't risk 2 against the arm of Ross Whiteley. And that means that Libby will keep the strike. Both the batsmen are on 1, and Worcestershire taken 6 runs from the over. They've lost 2 wickets, they're 48 for 2.
Well, we mentioned a bit earlier on about key partnerships and Anderson and Madsen being one. Well, Libby and Roderick, 2 players who have a natural disposition that suits hard graft. Good strikers of balls, go at a good rate these days, really developed into excellent 50 over cricketers, but they are able to do the grunt work first. So Rory Hayden's in. At pace a little bit straight. That's going to be a leg bite. All of a sudden, Derbyshire, more noise coming from the slip cord and the oohs and the ahs. Hayden continuing to his 6th over, bowled really nicely. Fuller this time and driven down the ground. A home crowd that were feeling pretty confident 15 minutes or so ago. Now just slightly more edgy in the stands. That's inside edge onto pad. Again more oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Derbyshire realise they've got a little opportunity here. If they can just snaffle one more out, they can put real pressure on this Rapids batting lineup. Roderick on the walk there. Single down to third. It brings up the 50. 50 for 2. Target now below 90. And these two, well, they just need to concern themselves with building a partnership. Another good delivery, and Libby sees that with the full face of the bat. Good delivery. It's genuine edge. It's found its way past second slip. So it'll be another single down to third. Well, Rapids 2 down. Rory Hayden will be rather disappointed that he hasn't contributed to that mark, because I think he's bowled rather well.
Yeah,
so do I. Anuj Dal is going through a few warm-ups. We might see him bowling wicket to wicket. Guessed up to the stumps sooner rather than later.
Potts from the Diglis end. And he's got him. An edge. Potts gets his third. Little fish outside off stump from Libby. Low catch for Brookgas diving to his right. Game on.
Well, it's a great bit of wicket keeping, isn't it? What a good grab that is. Genuine edge. And Jake Libby, Rapids skipper, goes for 2.
Are we in for a nail biter?
Well, it looks very much that way, Frank, doesn't it? And at the halfway mark, I think Falcons fans were probably fearing the worst, but Nick Potts, well, if the first couple might have been slightly gifted, that's just good quality fast bowling, isn't it? Good wicket keeping too.
Coming in the bats, Kashif Ali.
Should we turn off and on? Go again. We're back, we hope.
Yeah, a few technical issues with the kit. This time it wasn't me punting it across the floor, which had been the case in the T20 Blast. But Potts on his way in again from the Diglis end. He's on a roll.
Nervy times for the Rapids.
It's that tricky one as well, Frank. 88 to win.
42 without loss.
And you know that one little cameo of an innings can change things very quickly, and Kashif is very much that guy, isn't he? But you also know you have to put value on your wicket.
Yeah, you do.
So
that's the problem.
Sticking or twisting when you're an aggressive player, that's the fun part. I think we're in for a good one here, Frank.
Well, fair play to Potts. He's come in. He's been a bit errant in direction from time to time, but he's raced in with real purpose. He's bowled quick, and he's made things happen, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, yes, you say he charges in, he bursts through the popping crease. He's a bowler that's at you, isn't he?
Yeah. And that's a poor shot as well.
Seems today, Frank, that bowling from the Diglis end is the way forward, isn't it? If you want to improve your stats.
I wonder if they wish they had a spinner. I think, well, it's easy to say, isn't it? I think Latigan's going to be kicking himself because he was the one player, wasn't he, that had really kind of imposed himself. The only one really that has imposed himself from a Worcestershire point of view.
Well, it's going to be an interesting take when Jack Morley comes into the attack, isn't it? Because he's going to have the luxury of having several batters already dismissed.
Well, Hayden's carrying on at the moment, and well he might. 6 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 17. He's bowled really well. Potts, though, is the man that's made it happen. Taken all 3 wickets to fall. Just the 1 run coming off that over. And Worcestershire 52 for 3, having been 42 without loss. Just think whether you'd be sitting in the dressing room as the coach looking at this and thinking, got to be a little bit more circumspect. Take the sting out of it, sell your wicket dearly, don't give it away, don't give it away.
Well, it wouldn't be the Worcestershire Rapids, Frank, would it, if we didn't
But it's both
bite
teams
nails
today, isn't it? Both teams. If you were in either dressing room, I think anyway, as a coach, and I can't help seeing it that way, I'd just be thinking,
Well, Derbyshire were thinking, yeah, if we'd have just found our way to 200 and been sensible with this, then this looks like a mighty task.
Kashif defends again. Take the sting out of it. Earn the right. Score at 3 and over for 10 overs. But take the sting out of it. Soften the ball.
Well,
get through to the change bowlers.
It's important to know, actually.
Instead, they make a bowling change. The very first ball, he's come in, banged it in, and they've got a wicket. Hayden bowls forward from Kashif. Kept a bit low, that one.
Well, Kashif in behind it nicely, though. And I like intent, whether it's a defensive stroke or otherwise. I like intent from batters.
I mean, if you're an opening batter, Jim, and I was, and I know I didn't play at this level, but in league cricket, etc. If you're an opening batter, and you say to your partner, "Let's get through the new ball. Let's make them make a bowling change," and they make a bowling change.
So Hayden in again. That's down the leg side. It's going to be another wide.
They make a bowling change, and a new bowler comes on, and you go hard at his first ball and give your wicket away. And 10 overs of graft. You've achieved your first target, and then you undo some of the good work. I know nobody does it on purpose. I'm not having a go at Latigan particularly, but just don't need to do it, especially not when you're chasing 130 odd.
It's good delivery from Hayden. In behind that, Kashif, and I'd rather he left that one alone. We were talking about leaves a little bit earlier on. He's controlled it nicely, but leave it be. I mean, with the Latigan one, actually, I feel that it's sort of a bit of bad luck. He picked out the fielder. I think D'Oliveira, perhaps in hindsight, that's the one that you want to take back, because the wicket had just fallen.
Yeah, I agree with you about Latigan, but at the same time, I don't know if Dan Latigan's ever faced Matty Potts before. Nick Potts, sorry, not Matty Potts. If he ever faced him before, I don't know. But my argument is, he's never faced him before on this pitch, in this game, etc. So just have a look first up. Don't do anything rash.
Last ball of the 14th. Nice looking shot, fielded by the bowler. So Hayden continues to do a good job for his side, and I understand why he's being bowled through in the fashion that he is, because aside from the wide, that's all that's come from the over, and he's just being able to keep that pressure on. I think this game is all about how long can Derbyshire maintain this pressure.
Yeah.
As soon as it releases, 86 can look like nothing very quickly, but if they can keep
taking wickets,
but just keep the dot balls coming.
well, that's
Good
going to be
shot.
4. Overpitched on leg stump, and Roderick, it doesn't matter what the situation is, and it's not just Roderick, any top order batter is not going to miss out on that. Anadol continues to loosen up. Hayden may well be given a blow, despite the fact that he's bowled so beautifully. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. And this is it. I mean, Worcester 57 for 3. Get that up to 80. Suddenly, it doesn't look very many to get at all. That's another good delivery from Potts. Gets it right this time, just outside off stump, left alone. Slower, I think, that one. Not timed really by Roderick. Driven back up the pitch. Earlier today, Derbyshire, if you're just joining us, we're in a good position at halfway. 107 for 2 off 25. Absolute calamity thereafter. 138 all out in 37.1 overs. So they've lost 8 wickets in 12.1 overs for the addition of 31 runs. Nicely played by Roderick for a single. Top scorer was Anderson with 51, Guest made 38. Nobody else any significant contributions, and Pate Singh 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 32. But the key stat, 8 wickets falling for 31 runs. 8 wickets falling for 31 runs. It's a Yorker driven by Kashif, dug out, really squeezed out of the block hole for a single. Yeah, 8 wickets for 31 runs in the space of 12.1 overs. That's the bare bones of it from Derbyshire point of view. And Worcestershire sailing along themselves at the end of the power play. 42 without loss. Have since lost 3 wickets in quick succession, all to this man, who bowls to Roderick, who plays that nicely down to third man, riding the bounce and picking up a single and keeping the strike. Good over, 7 from it, 60 for 3 Worcestershire off 15.
Yep, that victory target now below 80. As you say, Frank, you look at those batches of 10 you keep chipping away at. And we are going to see Anuj Dal, his wicket to wicket, which will present a different challenge.
So we got a ball at the New Road end, Anuj Dal.
So Wayne Madston maintains his position at first slip. And as we suspected, Guest up to the stumps. 2 men out on the leg side. Deep square and fine leg. Third man on the fence as well, otherwise fielders in the ring. On the offside, saving one. In comes Dahl. Just worked into that big space on the leg side. And Roderick just, well, he'll look to pick anything off stump or even just a little bit wider and help it round the corner. There's a single there to be had. Just Ross Whiteley in the circle on the leg side. He's comfortably in there as well. He's on the drive looking for a catch. That's pushed in the offside, and that's, I think it's been done by an awkward bounce there. They're going to come back for two. And that's what Worcestershire will be looking for when they can rotate the strike, pick up ones and twos.
And you would say, wouldn't you, if they were chasing something big, you'd say they're probably going to target the fifth bowler or something like that. But it's not. They don't need to do that, do they?
They don't need to target anybody.
No,
that's key.
Absolutely right.
Take what you're given.
Yeah, and then
bat overs.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit straighter. They've still got plenty of room to take a single there.
And then if you need 20 to win and you're only 3 or 4 down, then no problem. Yeah, but get there.
Well, Dahl is having a natter with his skipper and with Ben Aitchison as well. That's better. Slightly fuller on off stump. Well, both batters being watchful. Bowler looking to get line right more than anything. In comes Dahl again. So 3 dot balls to finish the over, 4 from it. And from a Rapids perspective, they will just want to look for uneventful overs. That's the key, is stacking uneventful overs. No dramas, no panics.
Yeah. So Bashir on as a sub.
And I think it makes the decision not to play him all the more strange that he's got experience here. Really.
I don't think Derbyshire necessarily aware of what happened in the championship games earlier this year here. Possibly, I don't know. Potts begins a new over.
Again, it's that vast expanse at mid-wicket, Frank.
Yeah.
I think there's got to be a fielder in there.
Yeah, well, you're right. Stack up the uneventful overs, nudge your way towards that total. 66 for 3 now, 73 more needed. If it was a T20, you'd be thinking I could get these in 5 overs. It's such a different game. Short, Kashif swivels away, doesn't really get hold of it. Going to get 2, not a convincing shot. Lobbed up in the air over mid-wicket, but 2 more taken.
Well, the fortunate thing there is it sat up, didn't it? Which meant that he could make sure it was in front of square. I still don't love it as a choice, but I think the fact that it was slightly tennis ball bounce meant that keeping it in front of square is pretty safe.
I don't think it's that easy a pitch to play shots on, as we said earlier. I really don't. But it's not impossible, as Latigan showed. Another single here for Kashif. And as Anderson showed and guessed, they had to work hard, but that's fair enough. Why not, you know? To work hard. Nothing wrong with working hard for 50 overs and getting 240 and making the other team do the same. But I do think the mindset of modern batters has changed a little bit. And sometimes, you know, coming into the 50 over competition, they have to adapt. They've been playing T20. And they have to adapt. They've had a couple of warm-up games, but it is a very different approach. Roderick defends. Yes. That said, Latigan's been playing league cricket on Saturdays where it is 50 or 55 overs a lot of the time. And so have various other players.
A small matter of ego sometimes as well, and wanting to have bat on ball. And as he pointed out, Frank, is that the lack of leaves, particularly when you're under the pump and the teams are bowling well, and you're losing wickets.
It's the book, isn't it? It's the scorebook or the scorecard that counts at the end. Slightly slides, but forgets to pick the ball up as they hurry through for a single. But they're doing exactly what you said, Jim. They're trying to put together some uneventful but reasonably productive overs. Score at 3 and over, score at 2, 3, 4 and over for a few overs. Absolutely fine.
Target now below 70.
End of the over. 6 from it. 70 for 3. Worcestershire after 17. Derbyshire was 69 for 1 after 17. They were in a better position, but of course that was before all the drama. Managed Dahl to continue. New Road end.
Well, Ben Aitchison's going through some warm-ups again. I think the target is less than 70. If you've got your premium bowlers with overs to spare, don't leave them behind. We're not at that stage yet where they've got to start bringing back strike bowlers.
They're over halfway though, Worcestershire, aren't they?
Yep. Again, just Ross Whiteley on the leg side in the circle, and he's on the drive as well, so it's not like he's on the edge. So Dahl is in, and that's just nicely worked down to third, and that's absolutely fine, isn't it? Again, it's one of those things where it doesn't make for high drama cricket in those moments, but that's the thing, is what Worcestershire absolutely need is to avoid any kind of drama.
Yeah. The sun's gone a bit. It's very pleasant, isn't it? Very, very pleasant.
That's just jumped a little bit from a length. But Roderick, 11 from 18, Kashif.
Sound is weird on the stream, I'm told.
Is that me or you?
No, I don't know. Loud and quiet. I don't know, maybe we'll try 1 or 2 adjustments. See if we can get some more feedback.
That's just bunted into the leg side. There's an extra man in. Derbyshire, who's on as a substitute fielder, he's now on the leg side in the ring, which is what I was calling for, really. And it was Uppish and Ross Whiteley, who's loitering with intent there, isn't he? And Kashif in behind that one firmly, and it is to Ross Whiteley. That's it. As an elder statesman in the side, Frank, he no longer out on the boundary patrolling like he used to. Had a rocket arm, didn't he? Cover the ground so well. He's in catching. Wayne Madsen, first slip catching. Just third and fine leg out on the fence now. I think that's a wise move. And again, it's just shoveled into the leg side, and Whiteley's there. Just a single from this over so far. One ball left of it. Key from Rapid's perspective is that they just keep him out. And as I take you through the over, Frank, have you been twiddling buttons? And,
yeah, seems okay. I'm not too sure.
So Darley's in once more. That's a firm drive. A good looking shot picked up by Harry Kane. He's going to throw at the stumps. It was close, but Kashif looked pretty safe. So if you are having a few audio issues with the stream, Frank and I have pushed some buttons and poked a few bits and pieces. Now we've got a proper grown-up in who's twiddling knobs and all sorts. Nick Potts to continue from the Diglis end. Cashing. Both batters on 11 thus far. Done a nice job actually of just rotating the strike, taking what's there. Required rate, well, it's an irrelevance really. It's just a nudge over 2. 67 required. So they're just quietly going about their business. So Kashif twiddles the bat. Good pace again from Potts, but again Kashif is there waiting for it, in behind it with a full face.
Yeah, let me know. I'll just.
72 for 3 then. Nice firm push down the ground, but again, there's no run. Potts the sole wicket taker in this Rapids reply.
We're all right again now, apparently, I'm told.
Okay.
By my listener.
In comes Potts again. It's a good bounce there from just back of a length, and Kashif fending it off. Didn't know huge amounts about it. Did well enough to keep it down. And hopefully the audio issues that you might have had with the stream have alleviated. I don't know whether it was me poking and prodding the digital equipment,
certainly.
whether it was you twiddling and
I've changed my headset. That might be part of it. Yeah.
Okay, as long as we don't give the tech guy Dom any credit, that's the key bit. That's driven down the ground nicely.
Good shot.
Timed it well, didn't try and overhit it. But it's a welcome boundary from a Rapids perspective. They've Done well to rotate the strike, Frank, but every boundary alleviates the pressure.
Yeah, no more than a push. No more than a push, but nicely executed.
And then back to form. Pots on the length, Kashif in behind it with a full blade. A dot ball, but importantly, there's a boundary from the over, which is more than enough from a rate required perspective. Amstel to continue from the new road end. 63 required from a rapids perspective. And, well, 25 these two have put on. They've taken just about 7 overs to do it. That's absolutely fine. In comes Dahl.
Nicely played by Roderick. Plays it late, that one. Watches the ball all the way onto the bat. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Kashif 15 off 27. Roderick now 12 off 19. Latigan out for 29. D'Oliveira for 7. Libby for 2. All falling to Nick Potts. Manoj Dahl to Kashif. And he can't quite repeat the shot that Roderick played earlier. Doesn't quite angle the bat enough. Maybe a little bit fuller. Just steers it out square on the offside. There's no run. And he picks out the same fielder, Bin Naeem, behind square on the offside this time. But no pressure on these batters. Just ticking along nicely. $139 the target. 62 more runs needed. Oh, that looks a good shot. Maybe he got a nick on it. Strangled appeal. Didn't bounce very much. We can't judge the line from here, I have to say. We are wide along on. Just having a look at the replay now. Yeah, might have been sliding down, do you think?
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. Initially interested.
Dahl again bowls. Kashif pushes to Whiteley at mid-wicket.
Well,
Tight for Manoj Dahl. We expected no less.
Well, it just slightly adjusted his line, hasn't he? He's bowling a little bit straighter after that conflab with captain and opening bowler. And that second fielder on the leg side's going back in the deep now. But I think having that extra leg side fielder in close has helped put pressure on.
Well, Kashif tries on that last ball to steer it to third man. He's probably quite lucky that he didn't get a little nick on it as it bounced a bit. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest. And that is the end of the over. Just the one run from it. 20 gone. 77 for 3. And a bowling change, I think. Jack Morley is coming into the attack.
Well, we were discussing earlier the impact of left arm orthodox spinners having an impact.
Now, let's see how they approach him right from the ball one. Do they have a look? Do they wait and see what he's going to do? Or do they start trying to score off him? We know Gareth Roderick likes a sweep.
I think they
likes a reverse.
I think they have a look.
Kashif, I don't think is a good reverse sweeper.
No,
but I think they should have a look. I mean, it goes without saying that I think they should have a look, but it's whether or not they will do.
I think Kashif with the reverse sweep, I don't think he gets down in position soon enough. Off in the position, he's on his way down as he makes contact. That's by the by, so that's fired in. It's a full bunger, but I feel
they missed out slightly on that one.
I think, given that this first, I think, as you were saying, Frank, given it's the first delivery of a spell, had it been third or second over in, it might have been rather different. But I think Roderick set his stall out here as he's gone back this time. Take a single.
Quicker already than Plato's single, wasn't it? Both deliveries he's bowled.
The key is if you're going to bowl with that sort of trajectory, that sort of pace, you'll want a little bit of grip just to worry the batters. If that doesn't come, you can just follow the line of the ball. And again, you've got that space on the leg side to hit. He's round the wicket to right-handers. Shorter this time and punched away. Good tumbling stop.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kashif playing with a straight bat for most of the time against the spin. Roderick a bit more adept, I think, with the sweep.
That's dropped just short of Anuj Dal. He's got him behind it. He's worn one. He'll go through for a single. We saw something similar in the Derbyshire innings. I think it was Bin Naeem who kind of rocked back and just cut one. It was just shy of Dolavira. That's cracked him on the wrist there, I think, Dal. Again, fired in lovely reverse. That's going to be 4. Well, I think the trouble there, from a Morley perspective, I think he bowled pretty much the same delivery 5 times. And Roderick saw it.
Roderick, as I said, I think he's a better. Is more adept with the reverse and particularly the reverse and the ordinary sweep than is Kashif. The slip's gone now, which helps, but it's also difficult to get it through there, and they don't need to.
It's worked into the leg side, but the runs from the over already taken care of, as you say, as they reinforce behind square on the offside. So 6 from the over. Required rate below 2, 56 runs required. And these two going about their business, I'd say quietly and effectively, Frank.
Yeah, at the moment. Yeah, they've added 32, haven't they, so far? 83 for 3. And a further 56 needed. Anuj Dal to continue. He's been very tidy so far, Anuj Dal. 3 overs for 7. Keeper standing up, not giving the batsman much to work with. But that is a beautiful shot. That's probably the equal of anything we've seen in the innings. Just a bit of width, and Kashif just rocked back, and that's timed absolutely beautifully through the offside. That really is a super shot.
Well, we
raced away to the boundary.
Talked about earning the right to play shots. I think as well, if you're patient enough, you'll get something.
Just an error in length. It wasn't that wide, actually. Beautifully played. And the over is 1.
Well,
now he's out. He didn't need to do that. He's played at it. He's fished at it outside the off stump. He did not need to play that shot, having just hit the previous ball for 4. And he has feathered a catch through to Brooke Guest.
Well, he's actually
has picked up his wicket. Not needed at all.
He started to move across towards off stump there, Frank, and then he tried to reset his feet. He's tried to cut something that's a little bit too close to off stump to do. And after getting himself set and making a really useful 20, put Worcestershire in a really strong position. He's had a nibble, and he's got to go.
And he's put the youngster Henry Cullen under pressure.
So 87 for 4. Just when you felt the game was moving away from Derbyshire, it's such an important breakthrough.
Just have a look at that. And maybe we're being a bit harsh. I just thought he didn't need to do it. He didn't need to play it. Let it go. He got the boundary off the first ball. Beautiful shot. Don't play it. the next one if you don't have to, but have a look at a replay before I can be definitive about that. So, just when you think, yeah, it was an odd one. He looks amazed to be given out, but there wasn't much doubt in the minds of the fielders. But it was a nothing shot, wasn't it? It was neither one thing nor the other. It wasn't a positive shot.
It was just a
fiddle. It was just a fiddle. It was needless.
A little movement across his stumps.
Yeah.
To then, it was almost like trying to manipulate the bowler before delivery stride. I think stand there, head still. But the upshot is Derbyshire have a little sniff here. 52 still required. Henry Cullen joins Gareth Roderick, who's on 17. And Anuj Dal has a wicket to his name. And he comes. Firm push from Cullen, who, though a youngster, he's been around for a while now, Frank, hasn't he? And I was down in Taunton for the Somerset, the T20 decider, essentially, the win and you're in, the Sunday before last. And he opened the batting, and I was very impressed, actually, with his timing. And the mentality, of course, that it takes to open the batting at this level. In behind that one as well. Suddenly, again, the energy lifts in the field. Again, Cullen solidly in behind that. Hints of Ravi Bopara here, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Similar style, similar.
I don't think
physicality.
that many variations, perhaps, but Cullen off the mark.
Well, that'll end the 22nd over, and a really important breakthrough from a Falcons perspective. It keeps them in the game. 51 required. 88 for 4 the score. And, well, we know that from what happened after the drinks break, comparatives are somewhat irrelevant, Frank.
Yeah. But you know,
we're not.
That was a. I think I said at the time, the first ball of that last over, shot of the day maybe so far. So you've won the over. You know, you do not need to go fiddling outside the off stump. And that's not. I'm not just having a go at Kashif. I just think that's been the nature of the game today. Batter's not really focused.
Well, it's 3 overs to the drinks break, and it's an odd situation by which I think you sort of play for the interval, don't you? 3 overs, just play for the interval.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't lose another.
Yeah, certainly don't want to lose another. Ooh, Cullen, you see, he's gone back to one that wasn't short enough to go back to. He's light on his feet, and he does play that way, but we saw that not work for the Derbyshire batters against the spin. That one's quicker from Morley, quite a bit of turn, and just dabbed down on the onside by Cullen. But he is that kind of player, Cullen. He's quite inventive, isn't he? He's not necessarily the most conventional of batters. And he's having a look at it, goes back and just dabs this down on the onside. Asking some questions, Morley. This game's far from over. Does cut this one, Cullen, behind square. Won't come back for 2. Good fielding by Potts. Just a single. 89 for 4. Roderick solidly forward, plays that back to the bowler, good over, just the 1 run from it. 23 gone, 89 for 4. 23 gone, Derbyshire were 95 for 2. Well ahead on the comparison. And it's a good tight period now. Dahl's bowling wicket to wicket, very tidily, keeper stood up, making it difficult. And Morley has started nicely. Big shout for LBW as Cullen falls over that, but I think it's clearly going down the leg side. He won't like to be tied down, Henry Cullen. He's 2 off 10. Might look to pick Dahl up on the leg side if he errs in line, but he hasn't shown much sign of doing that so far. This one's full, driven up to mid-off.
Well, I think there's been a marked difference since the field essentially has been fine leg, third man, both on the fence, everybody else up. Just ask the batting side, just make them beat you, that's the key.
Yeah.
Don't give them anything, don't give them a safety valve to just keep rotating the strike.
Nice shot, but again, no runs.
Again, that's what 50 over cricket does though, Frank, doesn't it? It asks different mental questions. In T20, the decision often is made for you by circumstance. And here, you have scoreboard pressure in terms of run rate. Not so much the case in this game, of course, but you've also got to think and plan. And Anuj Dahl doing a good job for his side here. Past couple of overs, really miserly.
The dot. Anuj Dahl miserly, to say the least. 1 for 12 so far. 1 ball left in his 5th. Well, they're playing for the interval, as you said, Jim.
The 80th.
Well, not the interval, the drinks break.
The 80th dot ball, break. Frank, in this reply, the 80th dot ball. Yeah. Incredible stuff.
Yeah. And there's the 81st. Well, I'm sure they would have said as well before they went out there that obviously side, you know, we know very well that this is not an easy pitch on which to bat. I mean, it's not a pitch on which you need to lose 8 wickets for 31 runs, but it's not an easy surface on which to play shots. If we get it in the right area, it will make them work hard, and they've done that. They've done exactly that. They've got it in the right areas. Anuj Dahl and Rory Hayden bowled well. Potts, strike bowler, picked up those 3 wickets. They've made it hard.
In comes Morley, and Roderick right in behind that one. And I don't think he will concern himself too much in this over with playing aggressive shots. Goes back this time, but it's just again, it's presenting the bat rather than pushing hard at the ball. Changing the field. Mid-on went down to the fence. He's coming back up now. I think there's a realisation that there's not going to be a shot in anger here. Again, it's fast and flat, worked into the leg side, they'll take a single. There's a bit of a fumble there from the skipper. So it makes what would have been a tight single, pretty straightforward affair. Three balls left of the 25th over. Slip back in place. There's Wayne Madsen. Well, rocks back and looks to cut that. Okay, stopped by Anish Daly, who's had a good 20 minutes or so, hasn't he? After a difficult old time with the bat, got a first baller. Big shout. Well, when I say big shout, it's stifled immediately, wasn't it? I think normally reserved for a realisation there's been a bit of bat involved. Well, that's going to complete the 25th over, just a single from it. The last couple of overs since the dismissal of Kashif Ali, Worcestershire decided to shut up shop. And it means that at the halfway stage, Worcestershire require less than 50 to win, 49 to win this game. 90 for 4 the score. Roderick 18 from 27, Cullen 2 from 18, which is uncharacteristically watchful from the young keeper batter, but needs must.
Yeah, needs must, and he's got the right man with him out there, Gareth Roderick, to talk him through it. And he's probably said to him, you know, let's get to this drinks break and just see where we are. That's what they've done. They don't need to do anything heroic. They don't need to contribute to their own downfall in any way. There aren't many unplayable deliveries coming along. It's not easy to score, but it's not that difficult to stay in if you're careful. And what they've got to do is just nerdle it around, nudge it, push it. If they do get a bad ball, a half volley or a long hop, there haven't been many at all. If they do get one, they've got to make sure it is dispatched and go about it professionally. What they don't want to do is contribute to their own downfall in the way that some of their colleagues have done, and many of the Derbyshire players did. It's not to particularly point the finger at anybody, but I'm sure that Rattigan and D'Oliveira and Kashif will feel that they probably could have gone about things differently when facing the balls that dismissed them.
Well, there's a similar sort of setup going on down in Cardiff. Glamorgan 186 all out, and Yorkshire 87 for 4. Hampshire are 79 for 3 in the 17th over, chasing Middlesex's 284 for 8. And batting rather easier up in Durham, 224 for 2 they are. That's it's still in the first innings, and Alex Lees is staring down the barrel of a century. 95 from 97 for him. And Kent 59 for 2 after 13 overs, chasing 254 for victory against the Steelbacks. Sorry, 270 for 9 they made. Leicester Foxes are 53 for 1 in 10 overs. And finally Somerset, 33 overs gone in the first innings. They are 196 for 3 against Gloucestershire in the West Country derby. Half centuries for Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonsby as well. So plenty of cricket going on this fine Friday. Not quite as sunny as it was earlier on, Frank, but still a pretty good way to spend the day. We're going to see the return of opening bowler Ben Aitchison here. And 49 required, 6 wickets in hand. Derbyshire, they need to take wickets regularly, as well as they have done in restricting this rapid side. They need to keep chipping away at that wickets column. So the big opening bowler from the New Road end, he's going to be bowling at Gareth Roderick, and we are back underway.
And Roderick, in characteristic fashion, plays that very late, allows it to come on to him and just steers it down towards third man for a single. Very characteristic Roderick shot that. And maybe what Kashif Ali was trying to do when he feathered a catch through to Brooke Guest. 2 slips in place, which tells you that this is a little bit of a play by Harry Kane, bringing Aitchison back and thinking, got to pick up a couple of wickets here. And Cullen tries to repeat what Roderick did, just gets a bit more bat on it though, so he can't beat Dahl at backward point. 91 for 4. And it is, they've had a chat at drinks, and Aitchison, they said, well, we're going to bring you back and we've got to pick up a couple, get a couple of slips in, see what you can do. Cullen is blocking that one back to the bowler. I reckon they'll give him 3, won't they? Maybe even bowl him out if he picks up a couple of wickets.
Well, I think, yeah, if he takes wickets, he stays on. I think that's key. That's what they'll be thinking about. They won't be thinking about runs at this point. It's about 6 wickets required. Cullen 2 from 20. Stats somewhat misleading given the approach, the blocking things out for a couple of overs before the drinks break, which I've not experienced before actually in 50 over cricket, Frank.
No.
I think it was the right approach, but not something I've experienced before. It's almost like, you know, play to tea, play for tea. Well, the run rate's crept back up to 2, Frank. Yeah, they've bowled beautifully and put loads of pressure on, and it's brought the run rate back up to 2. They've done well, Derbyshire. He's chased a wide one. He's done well to not make any contact with it, Frank, I think.
No feet.
I think that's I think there's a little bit of a sign of nerves, maybe.
Well, it's not Henry Cullen, is it? 2 off 22, but part of growing as a cricketer is learning to play in different situations. Even in 50 over cricket, you get these situations. Two off 23, end of the over, just 1 run from it.
Well, it's the 11th wide, 13 extras in total, so it's taken care of nearly 10% of the required runs, which I think might be slightly frustrating from a Derbyshire coaching perspective.
Yeah, 2 from it with the wide, obviously.
Morley to continue, just 8 runs from his 3 overs. There was very much a sense that he was being just fended off before the interval.
I wonder if Roderick is tempted to go over the leg side at some point. Get underneath him.
We'll find out as again it's fired in. Bit of bounce there for Morley. Good delivery. Worked into the leg side. I think the key here is you just take what you're given for 5 overs or so.
Yeah. I think Cullen will be looking to get on the back foot and cut out to that man on the offside boundary, perhaps. Dangerous.
It's a shot he knows. Looks the reverse. Big shout from Morley. Mustard unmoved.
Yeah. Big gap at mid-wicket. Got to play against the spin, of course. Slog sweep.
Well, it's about going out and meeting the ball. He's firing it in quick, though, which is tricky. Looking for the reverse this time. Dollied up in the air. It's going to beat Anuj Dahl. It might well beat him to the fence as well. Yeah, he's got enough on it. It's going to go for 4. It was risky. It was aerial. But if it beats that man, it's going to go.
It was brave, considering that he'd messed up the previous one, I think. But that's very much to his credit. Madsen comes out of slip to try and block that. If he doesn't get a full bat on it, then it's going to be a catch. Does he play it again, or does he feel we've done enough this over?
Well, I think Gareth Roderick will be in his ear, won't he? Slip out, as you mentioned, in behind that one. He's hit it a little bit better actually than I first realised. The angle that we're at here meant that he actually cleared Dahl pretty comfortably. Another solid forward press. I think that might be your answer, Frank. It's 5 runs from the over, including that boundary.
Yeah. No need for anything else.
It's driven nicely. Good stop as well. Ross Whiteley been busy in the field. So 5 from the over. Cullen on to 6. Required rate back under 2. Ben Aitchison to continue from the New Road end.
Roderick, why is it that he can do that and nobody else can? Just easing it down to third man.
It's also a shot he plays, and it looks like he's got all the time in the world to play it as well.
Joe Root plays it, doesn't he? Ed Barnard was very good at it. Very, very much part of Root's game and Barnard's game, but just today, Roderick seems to have played it with ease. That's a good shot from Cullen. Bit of width from Aitchison, and he's timed that beautifully past the diving Dahl at backward point. A rare and welcome boundary. Well, actually 2 fairly quickly in succession for Cullen, but that was a very convincing shot. Goes into double figures.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it wasn't that wide. It's such a good shot.
Yeah,
timed
just
it
like,
beautifully.
it's a bit like the one Kashif played just before he was out. Let's hope it's not going to be followed up in the same way. 37 more needed. Ooh, it kept a bit low, didn't it? But he's played it well. For a single down to long leg.
Well, it was at this point, wasn't it, that Derbyshire imploded.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire just need to keep their nerve here.
No need for anything else in this over. This is Roderick's mantra, I would think, as he drops that one down on the offside.
Well, just
4 men out for Worcestershire. Latigan 29, D'Oliveira 7, Libby 2, Kashif Ali 20.
Changed the field a bit there, Frank. Stuck a gully in to stop that run down to third man.
But they've lost the slip, haven't they? So that won't worry him too much. He's on the walk, and Aitchison sees him coming and bangs it in short, and Roderick just stands up and drops it down on the onside. Short again from Aitchison, swivelling pull shot from Roderick, nicely played, but Hayden is on the boundary, square leg, only a single. End of the over.
Something we've not touched upon yet,
4
Frank.
for 4.
And some other news coming out of New Road this week.
Yeah.
And it's a retirement.
Yeah.
So Rob Jones has decided to hang up his spikes from the professional game. I mean, is calling him a cult figure an undersell? But I mean, very few players are quite as popular
in
as
such
he
a
is.
short time. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Just 2 seasons, and he's 2 seasons in a bit. That loan, he's become a very, very popular man here. Frustrated by lack of opportunity this year, and I think looking to move into the coaching world.
Well, Morley to continue from the Douglas end. Roderick on strike and pushes that down the ground. Takes a quick single. Yes,
it goes with everybody's best wishes.
Yes,
almost to a point that he couldn't be more popular, could he?
short cut away. Good stop, well, half stop by Dahl. I think he saved a boundary there. Think about 2, think better of it. Yes, came in on loan, was really effective, wasn't he? Came in on loan from Lancashire. Played his part in a trophy win. Went well in this tournament. Fullerham worked away. And I think about that, the culture at Worcestershire, the family feel that we've talked about at great length, and how he's fitted in so seamlessly to that world. So we couldn't do a live stream without acknowledging the contributions of Rob Jones. So go well. And as you say, Frank, he goes on to new things with all the best wishes of everybody associated with Worcestershire.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we'll see him knocking about here in the future in some capacity. That's a bump ball, good bit of fielding. Cullen looks to use his feet. I think that's a couple of boundaries there. Just knocked a bit of life out of Derbyshire here. 32 now required. Again, Cullen using his feet. Again, a tumbling stop from Whiteley. 107 for 4 the score. 29 overs gone. 32 required. Roderick on 24. Cullen on 12. And rather like Kashif before him, actually, Henry Cullen's done a good job of rotating the strike and founding a couple of boundaries and just taking the heat out of the situation.
An interesting comparison. After 29 overs, Worcestershire 107 for 4. After 29 overs, Derbyshire 112 for 4. But we hope, Derbyshire fans will not hope, that the catastrophe of the late on of the Derbyshire innings is not reproduced out there. Aitchison starts a new over from the New Road end. Roderick steers it behind square on the offside. Very difficult to get the ball through there now. Madson's gone away from slip to gully. Dahl is 3 or 4 yards behind square at backward point. There's a third as well, so the most you could get is a single. If Aitchison throws it wide of the off stump, if he just gets it too wide, the batsmen need to capitalise like Cullen did in the last over. Roderick drives off the back foot and runs and knows, I think, that he was struggling. Harry Kane picked up at mid-off, threw the ball. Roderick went for the run. You could tell by the way he set off, absolute sprint pace, that he knew he was struggling, and I think if that had been a direct hit, he wouldn't have even been in the frame. As it was, it missed. It's a head in hands job. They've got a single. Cullen on strike. 2 slips gone back in for Cullen. And he has got a top edge and is caught by Brooke Guest. Bounced on him a bit, looking to whip it away on the leg side as he often does, but just got underneath it too much. Leading edge straight up in the air, just when you're beginning to get a partnership. These two had added 21 for the 5th wicket. They are parted 108 for 5. Ben Aitchison picks up the wicket Cullen has gone, and Worcestershire continue to make life difficult.
Well, they could feel the finish line. 31 runs required. I think Cullen decided that he was going to have a dart. A couple of decent overs will put the game to bed. But in doing so, he's skied one. He's got to go for 12. So we still have a game on our hands. Matt Waite scheduled to come in next. Roderick's still there on 25 from 37. But again, it's the Rapids way, Frank, just enough to keep you interested, isn't it?
Just to
we won't do this, you know, if it's going to happen, we won't do it in an easy fashion. There'll be no need for that. Well, out comes Matt Waite. It took a while to see him.
He's lost a bit of weight, hasn't he, Matthew Waite? Looks slimmer than ever. He comes out now. As long as he's still got the big strong forearms, Worcestershire supporters won't mind. But it's a difficult and tricky little one to come out. I've still got Tom Taylor, Bears Swanepoel, Ben Allison. Still got batting to come, but it just gets nervy, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a different game when you're not in a position to play your natural game, and that's the thing. If you start second guessing yourself, playing within yourself, allowing nerves to impact, I think importantly Gareth Roderick's at the other end.
Aitchison to Waite. First ball is blocked by Waite. One thing about Matthew Waite is I think he's, as a batter, fairly phlegmatic, tends to play each ball on its merits regardless of the situation. I've talked to him a couple of times about this. Yeah, how did you feel when you went in? If he's played a particularly aggressive cameo, did you go out with that in mind? And he always says the same thing, which is no, I just go out there and when the ball comes along I just play it on its merits. Seems to be a good clear thinker about the game. 31 more needed. Ooh, that's a good one. Well, the decision to bowl Aitchison after the drinks break has paid off. His figures are excellent. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. 2 left. Do you keep him going? I think we feel that you have to. Just 1 off that over and the wicket. Worcestershire 108 for 5. 20 overs left. That's academic. 31 more runs needed to win. 5 wickets left. It should be straightforward.
Diglis end is Roy Hayden.
But Hayden coming on at the Diglis end. He hasn't bowled from that end before, and he bowled beautifully earlier on. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18.
Well, he's got
Gareth Roderick be hoping he gets a couple of looseners that he can put away. There's no man out on the offside boundary. Roderick is a good cutter, but there is a man out on the leg side boundary, and Hayden might well be looking to bang it in short here. Not that one, it's a good length delivery. Pushed out on the offside. It always seems to be Gareth Roderick that is shouldering the responsibility these days in Worcestershire's white ball games, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, I mean, Sikandar Raza was excellent at T20 Blast, but when he departed, it was Gareth Roderick that stood up tall, wasn't it? In adversity, so pushed into the offside, rather simpler single than there was the over previous. So he moves on to 26, 30 to win. Derbyshire doing well, just sticking in the game. for Matt Waite. 2 slips. Madsen and Aitchison in there. In comes Hayden on the money, and Waite is in behind it. Fuller this time, but finds mid on. Again, he's kept his fielders in. Harry Kane, I think that move could have probably happened a little bit sooner. And comes Hayden again. On a length, good pace. $116 dot balls and counting, Frank.
Ridiculous, isn't it? That's a good
running, yeah. Well judged, well placed.
116 dot balls and counting. I say it's ridiculous, and yet in the same breath I'm saying they've played at things they didn't need to play at. So maybe we've just got to accept that both sides have bowled pretty well. This pitch is not the best in terms of being able to play shots, which makes it a good challenge. I wonder if it's a hybrid. Somebody just asked me if it's a hybrid pitch. I don't know the answer to that. Aitchison to carry on asking questions. Waite in behind that one. Aitchison's 9th over. It's another thing they can tick off if they see him off, and then I suppose you might see Potts come back on. But the risk for Harry Kane with introducing Potts, I think, so although he picked up those first 3 wickets in just 7 deliveries, he bangs it in short. He does give the batsman opportunities to score. He might bowl the odd wide, and they can't afford that. They can't afford to give any runs away. Just 29 more needed. I know if you're the captain, even in a club game or a schoolboy game or whatever, if you're the captain out there and the other team needs 29, every run they get is like a dagger. A boundary is absolute heartache. Oh, that's a good run from Waite. That's a really good run. He's played that up to mid-on. Jack Morley is the fielder. He hadn't hit it very well, but you could probably hear him on our effects mic saying, yeah, straight away, because he realised that it was trickling up to mid-on. You won't have heard it on our effects mic because it wasn't switched on. I've just switched it on. You might hear it if he does it again. But it was a good run, wasn't it? Second single that Waite's judged nicely.
It was well realised because he didn't hit it well, did he? Because he mistimed it. He knew that he could get in.
Nelson on the board. Aitchison bowls. Roderick removes Nelson by turning this one off his pads down to long leg. 112 for 5. 27 more needed. Roderick is on 27. I cannot overstate Gareth Roderick's importance to this Worcestershire team. Oh,
it's a beauty.
Beauty. Beats a Waite's forward push outside the off stump. But Gareth Roderick, keeper, captain at times in the T20, senior advisor to captains in all competitions, holds the batting together so often.
Yeah, he's grown, hasn't he, into his role at Worcestershire, and he's become a bit of a giant, actually.
Absolutely. Flat-footed slap by Waite, goes straight to mid-on, no run, end of the over. 2 runs from it, 112 for 5.
But we've said it many times before, Frank. It doesn't stop it from being true. He's a captain's dream. When he's not being a captain, he's a captain's dream. When he's a captain, well, he just does whatever's required. Whatever you need. You need me to be aggressive, try and find some boundaries, I'll do that. You need me to dig in, fine. Want me to open the batting and county championship? Not a worry. Play every single game in every format for an entire summer. Bat at 1, bat at 3, bat at 5, bat at 7. You know, he's done it all. There's Rory Hayden's in from the Diglis end, and Roderick in behind it.
Yeah, all those things. There's a few of them around. Oh, that's not just Worcestershire. There are a few players who go unappreciated, perhaps, by a lot of people around the country. Dab down on the offside. There's another one, Wayne Madsen. I mean, not unappreciated by Derbyshire fans, obviously, an absolute legend at the club, but I'm not sure that everybody around the country quite appreciates what a servant Madsen has been, how many runs he's got, how consistent he's been in all formats. Brooke Guest's another one, isn't he? Keeper, goes under the radar a bit. Really good keeper, really consistent run scorer.
Consistent, high character players, aren't they?
Absolutely. Hayden in again, bowls. Roderick drives, and another well-judged single as Whiteley moves across to his left at mid-on. Had to hurry, but they got there. Aitchison it was, actually. 113 for 5. 26 more needed. Worcestershire, well, they're kind of limping there. Harry came making a change to the field, or trying to. The fielder down at Longland not looking. And Waite picks up another single. Oh, he's run himself out. Well, we've been praising his running, and he's run himself out. He's played it up to mid-on, and this time he's not made it. Good bit of fielding, underarm throw, hit the stumps, and I think he knew Matthew Waite was on his way. Why, oh why, oh why.
Matthew Waite, run out for 2.
Well, I'm going to take a moment, Frank, because I might have to take a moment. It's being proactive is fine. Being positive with your running is fine. There wasn't a run there, and it proved to be the case. So, just again, when the energy seemed to drop in the field, it took the sting out by just seeing away a few overs, going at 2-3 and over. 26 to win, 4 wickets down, 4 wickets left.
Nick
Derbyshire
Potts was the fielder, by the way.
Back in the game.
Coming into that, Tom Taylor.
As Tom Taylor makes his way out. Because the thing about it, for me, is that for every time you gift a wicket, or you make a bad judgment as a batter, whether it's a run out or an unwise shot, you've also got to legislate for a good ball that might make for somebody.
I cannot believe that we have seen 16 wickets fall for 250 runs, and only one player has, well, only 2 players have got past 30. Just bizarre.
Yeah, it's run-outs, stumpings, skiers. Well,
more pressure on Roderick.
Roderick on 28. Taylor joins the fray at the non-striker's end, and in comes Hayden, and Roderick in behind that one. one ball left of the 33rd over. 26 still required. Rapids 113 for 6. Now from .87 for 3 and looking pretty good with it with Kashif and Rodders at the crease. Things are looking tricky. There's another dot ball from Rory Hayden, who's bowled beautifully without a wicket, but just 21 runs from his 9 overs, and he absolutely deserves a wicket or two. I think he's been fantastic. So, I mean, we were talking about the effects, Mike. Frank, I think it is turned on, just so you know, but it's gone very quiet. I think Rapids fans know this is it's going to be a nervy one. Acheson's got 1 over left, coming in at the New Road end. Tom Taylor on strike. Now, Tom Taylor's got a very good record in this competition. Averages 40 odd, but sticking in behind it and going 1 and over.
42 without loss in the power play. He's out first ball. You've done him. You've done him. Tom Taylor pushes at that edge through to the keeper. He's gone first ball. Brookgas got another one, and Worcestershire are in a bit of a mess.
Well, I think you've done me there, Frank. I didn't contextualise it. That this is not what his natural game is at all. I said if you give a wicket away, you've got to legislate for a good ball as well, and Tom Taylor got a good one.
Yeah, he did. He did. An absolute beauty. Well, the man coming in now will not mess about. I don't think. I'd be surprised if Bayers Swanepoel doesn't come in and go about it in a slightly different way. I think he's probably better off playing shots than just trying to block it. I mean, you know, 3 lusty blows and it's very different. And I know that sounds like a bit of a cop-out, and it sounds like I'm going against what I said earlier, but it's just that they're just allowing it to happen at the moment, aren't they? There's not a lot of positivity about it. That's probably what I'm saying. A little bit tentative, and I can understand why.
Now it's nervy. Now Worcestershire, 26
Very
runs,
nervy.
they're in range. Field is in. 2 slips in place. Is that if you're going to go hard, if you're going to try and find the boundary, you beat the infield, then you're in pretty good shape. And I get what you're saying, is that play your natural game.
If you do something stupid, you're probably going to get pilloried for it. I mean, if you get any... Well, they've bowled well. They haven't bowled many hittable deliveries, but it's not been an easy pitch. I think that's fair to say. Swanepoel jams the bat down on that one and nudges it round the corner for a single. 25 to win.
I mean, while it's not been an easy pitch to score on, we know this, but defending 138 is very, very difficult because every single bowler's got to be on it. And look, Derbyshire have been excellent. In a not dissimilar fashion, I think Worcestershire have thrown some wickets away.
But 10 minutes ago, Worcestershire had 5 wickets left. They didn't need a run out. Didn't need to do it.
No.
Pick up singles, yes, but didn't need to do it. There have been a lot of bad decisions made in this game by both teams, I think.
And that one trickles just past the off stump. Well, Aitchison, he's only got 3 deliveries left, but he's come back into the attack. It's not often that cricket is a game of 2 halves, Frank, but there's from the 25th over on, in both instances, well, wickets tumbling for nothing at all.
I feel for Gareth Roderick, because with every wicket that's gone down, the pressure on him has increased, isn't it? And he came in at first drop, so he's lost 6 partners.
He came in 23 overs ago and he's only faced 47 balls.
Probably why he's still there.
Well,
maybe we have underestimated the difficulty of batting on this pitch. This is Aitchison's last delivery.
Well, it's clear as the ball gets older.
Double bluff, or is he going short? No. Extra man in the offside. Length ball off stump. Yeah.
I think it's a move to get a dot ball and get Bear Swanepoel on strike, but excellent second spell from Ben Aitchison. He's bowled out 10 overs, 2 for 40. 25 runs required. All the time in the world to get them. Just 3 wickets remain. Rory Hayden has 1 left. Then it's down to Anuj Dal, Nick Potts. I don't know whether we'll see Morley again, we'll see. But it's a nervy old business. In comes Hayden, round the wicket, cut away, that's going to go for 4. It was uppish. Bin Naeem was interested. Not the most elegant of strikes, but an effective one. It's gone again. Back-to-back boundaries. And Bear Swanepoel is looking to be aggressive here. Try and take the game out of Derbyshire's reach. 17 now required. Wow, with the field in, he can afford to go the aerial route. It's inside the line of the ball and then just sent it over cover point. 9 from 3. Helmet comes out. It looks like Brooke Guess is going up to the stumps. And going up to the stumps, someone of Rory Hayden's pace is a test of courage and skill, which he has in abundance in both cases. Out on the fence now for Bear Swanepoel. In comes Hayden once more. In behind it that time though. So 3rd man on the fence, fine leg and backward square leg as well. Cut away again, and the race is on for Anuj Dal to cut it off before it finds the fence, but he won't get there. That's 3 boundaries in the over, and Bear Swanepoel is playing a vital hand for his side here.
Well, I did suggest he might play like this. I just think he's that kind of player. Not a slogger, but just somebody who is more comfortable trying to impose himself.
Well, that's it. Play your natural game.
Yeah.
regardless of circumstance. That's what he's gone for, changing the field. So Bin Naim's being sent out to the cover point boundary.
Little nick to third man now would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
2 ball left of Rory Hayden's spell, and he comes round the wicket to Bez Swanepoel, who tucks that into the leg side, and they'll take an easy single. And it's welcomed by a sizable round of applause from a Worcestershire crowd that feel slightly better about life than they did 5 balls ago. It's a great game, is cricket, Frank, but, well, when you watch cricket at New Road, you go on a journey, don't you? But we wouldn't have it any other way. Roderick on strike, 1-2-7 for 7 the score, 12 to win. Last ball of Rory Hayden's spell. And Roderick resolute in defence. Well, an expensive final over from a Rory Hayden perspective, 13 from it, 10 overs, none for 34, but I'll say this for the young man, he bowled a lot better than that.
Most expensive over of the game.
And
yeah, he did bowl better than that, bowled really well.
I think his opening spell actually bowled 7 on the bounce, bowled with real pace, had Latigan dropped at slip, and nature of the game.
The New Road end, Anuj Dal.
So Anuj Dal is going to pick up where he left off before the drinks break. Worcestershire now need just 12. Swanepoel on strike. Decisions now for skipper Harry Kane about how many fielders he puts out in the deep. Fine leg, third man on the fence. Got extra cover 3/4 of the way back. That's Nick Potts, who's going through some warm-ups, and then out the mid-wicket boundary as well. Well, no slip in place. They've still got Ross Whiteley in a catching position on the drive on the offside, round the wicket to Swanepoel, who drills down the ground hard straight to...
He's not going to die wondering, is he?
No. Here comes Dahl again. Swanepoel in behind that one. And...
over extra, Jim, do you reckon? If he gets any width, I think he'll try and go over extra. Seen him do that before.
I think it's going to say if it's a case of Anuj Dal putting it there, I don't think we're going to see him move towards leg and try and manufacture it and expose his stumps.
No.
I think in a different circumstance it's a shot he
That's why
plays.
He's gone round the wicket. He's not going to go across him, is he? Well bowled. It's good from Dahl. So who comes on at the other end? It's got to be Potts, is it?
Yeah, I think Potts is going through some warm-ups.
That could be interesting, I think. If Potts bangs it in short to Swanepoel.
I'm not sure they want to bowl the spinner at this.
No, I don't think so.
So I think it's Potts from the other end. Well, driven firmly, slightly uppish. Thoughts of a run.
But given the way he picked the bat up and his movements, I think that's encouraging as well for Dahl. Now he's asking Kane, can I have a man back? Kane saying, look, I think you've got to keep it as it is. And I'm with him on that, I think. Got to encourage Swanepoel to go for that shot. That's well bowled again from Anuj Dahl. And I don't think Boris Swanepoel needs to worry if he has to play out a maiden here. Not an issue. Don't give it away. Trying to do something drastic off this last ball would be my advice.
Well, it's uppish.
Well,
he's got enough of it though, Frank. It's a 1 bounce 4.
Beautiful shot. And when I said don't give it away, I was meaning do something stupid, but it wasn't stupid. He stood very still, he put his bat down straight, hit beautifully through the line. It was a super shot, and it brings 4 off the last ball.
As a man game finishes,
Swanepoel 18 off 12. Worcestershire now need just 8. And in a way, he's changed the whole situation by being positive.
For about 15 minutes, spectators.
Well, it's an example of a player doing it on his own terms. Like, if I'm going to get beat, I'm going to get beat playing positive cricket.
Yeah.
And I think
really good.
It's a very kind of old school Southern Hemisphere approach, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll get beat on my own terms, thank you. I'm not going to play tentatively and within myself. I'm not going to be timid and shy. This is a competition. But the trouble when you're 7 down, Frank, is 1 wicket. The nerves come straight back.
Yeah, even now, that could be the case. With just 8 needed. But if Potts gives Roderick room, that cut shot is on, isn't it? There's nobody out on the boundary at the offside. Hayden's in place for the uppercut. Here comes Potts striding in. Ball's quick. Pushed up to mid-on by Roderick. 8 needed for Worcestershire to wrap up a win in what has been a low-scoring yet enthralling game, which has held a good crowd pretty transfixed for most of it. And there you go, short and wide, cut away by Roderick. They're going to get 2. Good fielding by Hayden. So that's the one that I thought he might get. It wasn't quite as wide as it might have been if he'd have cut it further in front of square, but picked up a couple.
If it goes to Anush Dal's left, it's 2. If it goes to his right, I think it's 4.
Yeah.
And now there's the pressure on, the line has to be absolutely spot on.
6 required.
He's got to attack the stumps here. He can't offer any width, but there's plenty of room on the leg side as well to pick up a single or 2.
Yeah, or if he over pitches through mid wicket. Roderick fancies it. He's moved to 30. Standout innings for Worcestershire. Blocks this one. Only player for Worcestershire to get to 30. Latigan made 29. Very different kind of innings. Such a good player, Gareth Roderick from Worcestershire. Such an important man. As Jim was saying, he listed the different roles that Roderick has played for Worcestershire this year. Probably one of the most consistent members of the dressing room. Banged in short, pulled by Roderick. Didn't time it though. 1 bounce into mid wicket.
I think what's telling about Gareth Roderick actually, Frank, is that he's constantly evolving and developing his game, and even into his 30s. I think that's what's telling, is that he's become an excellent white ball cricketer.
Yeah.
And with all due respect to him, even 2-3 years ago as a T20 player, he was rather limited. But he's been fantastic. Still has work to do here though.
Well, that's a wide. You don't want to bowl a wide when you've only got 6 needed to win. It's now 5. They have bowled well, but I think Worcestershire probably will feel that they've deserved the win. Fateh Singh, I mean, 6 for 32. That's a superb performance. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 32.
Well, if you lose a game having bowled 6 for 32, you can rightly be furious with your teammates, can't you?
Absolutely. But Derbyshire have bowled well.
Oh, they've been excellent.
Didn't build on a good start. More runs for Roderick off the back foot, through the covers. 2 more. And as Dole chases. Again, just given a tiny bit of width. 136 for 7. Worcestershire need 3 runs to win. They're just 1 good shot away from a win in the first game of their defence of their Metrobank One Day Cup title that they won last year. Roderick swivels round, pulls this one down on the onside for a single, and he will keep the strike because that is the end of the over. Worcestershire need 2 to win. 137 for 7. Roderick has 33 and has played very, very well indeed. Hasn't given a chance, has he? I don't think.
No, he hasn't. He's been absolutely excellent. Done everything with a deliberacy and a purpose. Done everything calmly. Unflustered and unfazed. And that comes with playing an awful lot of cricket, which of course Gareth Roderick has done. There's no substitute for experience in that sort of circumstance. 2 runs to win. Roderick on 33. Anuj Dal is the bowler.
I'm nominating behind square on the offside.
I'm going to dab into the leg side behind square for Swanepoel to have a good old dart to finish it. There we go. If we're predicting, Anuj Dal would rather just take middle stump out the ground and make this a nervy old finish. Off the inside edge. I'd also say I wouldn't be surprised if this was a maiden either.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. They've all been tidy. Ironically, Aitchison is the most expensive. Latigan got stuck into him a little bit early on.
Looking for a scoop. He's got all of it. And what a fantastic way to finish a really nervy game of cricket. Roderick hits a 6. It's been a masterful innings from him. And it just goes to show it doesn't have to be high scoring to be exciting cricket. It has been enthralling here at New Road as Worcestershire Rapids start their Metrobank Cup defence with a victory against Derbyshire.
Next Friday, Middlesex here, and it's blue.
One might argue it should have been slightly more comfortable than it was.
Available online
but ultimately,
right now.
Gareth Roderick, the ever-reliable, Mr. Consistent, at the wicket to see things through, came in at the fall of the first wicket, was there to hit the winning runs. Bayes Swanepoel, well, he was the pressure valve released, wasn't he? Those 3 boundaries in Rory Hayden's last over just took what was going to be a really nervy and tricky end to this game. And he said, no, that's not how I play. Frank Watson called it. He thought maybe Swanepoel's just going to be aggressive and play his natural game. He did that. And it allowed Gareth Roderick to guide his side home. He makes his way off the turf with a big old grin on his face, as well he might. His teammates coming down to congratulate him.
A very safe journey home.
But a really important victory for Worcestershire. But make no mistake, Derbyshire were excellent with the ball. With 138 runs to play with, they bowled with skill and they bowled with heart. Pushed this Worcestershire side all the way. A really compelling day of Metrobank Cup cricket. The important part from a Rapids perspective is they start their campaign with a win, rather like they finished last year's campaign. So Frank, slightly nervy than it needed to be perhaps, but ultimately, job done.
Yeah, good start for Worcestershire. Came back really well. I don't think we should take anything away from Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson for the way they batted in the Derbyshire innings, because at the halfway point they looked as though they were on for a really decent score, 107 for 2. Thereafter they fell away badly. Worcestershire bowled really well. There were some bad decisions made by 1 or 2 batsmen. That said, I don't think we perhaps were aware of quite how tricky the pitch was. I don't think anybody played with great fluency, even Roderick, even Anderson, even Guest, even Latigan early on. They didn't have it all their own way. I don't think it was a good surface to bat on particularly, but I think it was a surface that helped the bowlers, nipped around a little bit, turned a little bit, probably held up a little bit occasionally as well, and it took great skill to make runs out there. Gareth Roderick and Martin Anderson, Brooke Guest in particular, showed that skill. Given the way that Fateh Singh bowled, probably Worcestershire just deserved to shade it. There wasn't much in it though. 3 wickets is probably a decent reflection of the margin between the two sides, but Worcestershire won't be too worried about that. They continue to be an effective white ball unit here at New Road particularly, and off to a good start.
Well, it seemed to be a case of a Worcestershire side that are just used to winning in this competition, and it's been rather a different story for Derbyshire. But thank you to everyone who made the journey to New Road for a cracking day's cricket. Thank you to everyone who joined us on the live stream as well. We love doing this sort of thing, and there's plenty more cricket coming your way shortly at New Road. Hampshire are the visitors on Sunday, and it's £10 for adults, £1 for children, and it's an absolute steal of a day if you want to come and spend some time watching the cricket at Worcestershire. And of course we'll be doing a live stream throughout that day as well. Get down to the ground if you can. If you can't make it to us for whatever reason, myself, Jim Dale, Frank Watson will be bringing you all the ball by ball coverage here. So hopefully we will see you in person on Sunday. If not, join us on the live stream. But it's been a pleasure bringing you coverage of Worcestershire's opening game of the Metro Bank Cup, and thankfully from a Rapids perspective is a pretty good win as well. We'll see you again soon. Take care, Pairs fans.